Development Goals, organized as part of the International Conference on Synergies of Law and Economics, Pathways to Viksit Bharat 2047. The theme explores how law and economics together can drive progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, promoting inclusive growth, equity, and environmental balance. The Center for Law and Economics, NLIU Bhopal, we foster interdisciplinary dialogue that connects law, economics, and policy. The center drives research and collaboration to apply economic reasoning in strengthening legal systems, improving governance, and advancing equitable growth. I am Samruddhi Mimane, the convener of Center for Law and Economics, and it's truly an honor to extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries present with us today. This panel brings together eminent academicians and practitioners whose insights beautifully bridge law and economics, theory, and policy, helping us understand how legal frameworks can drive inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economic growth. We are deeply honored to have with us a remarkable panel of scholars and experts. It is my privilege to first welcome our esteemed chair, Mr. S.B. Singh, the Executive Director of Indian Bank, Chennai. Mr. S.B. Singh is a distinguished banker and academician with over 32 years of diverse experience across the banking sector. His expertise spans treasury management, international trade, MSME, retail, and rural banking. Previously, he served as chairman of Aryawat Bank, where he successfully led the amalgamation of two regional rural banks and transformed that institution into one of the best performing RRBs in the country. Alongside his illustrious banking career, Mr. Singh has contributed to academia as a guest faculty and is the author of the acclaimed book, Banker by Chance, Leader by Choice. May I now request Professor Dr. Birpal Singh sir to kindly felicitate Mr. S.B. Singh sir. Thank you, sir. Our second chair for the session is Professor Dr. Anita Nagar, professor at Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. Professor Dr. Anita Nagar is a distinguished scholar with over 2 decades of teaching and research experience, a pioneer in introducing the interdisciplinary course of law and economics in India. She has significantly advanced research at the intersection of law, economics, and policy. A recipient of the Best Faculty Award 2015, Dr. Nagar has authored several acclaimed works, including Law and Economics, Analyzing Facets of Public Policy, and Economic Analysis of Law and Governance. May I now request Professor Dr. Birpal Singh sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Anita Nagar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It gives me now immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists for today's session. We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Kondaya Jonal Gadda, professor at Maharashtra National Law University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Maharashtra. Dr. Jonal Gadda's scholarship focuses on governance, legal reforms, and the socio-economic dimensions of law, emphasizing the role of law in advancing equitable development. May I now request Dr. Seema Srivastava, the convener of International Conference, to felicitate Dr. Jonal Gadda. professional representing the government in key constitutional and economic matters with deep expertise in public law and policy. May I now request Dr. Pooja Kiawat to felicitate Mr. Srivastav. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are also honored to welcome Professor Dr. Anupama Rawat, RCVP Norana Academy of Administration and Management, Bhopal. Dr. Rawat is a noted scholar of philosophy and social thought, whose work explores the ethical and developmental intersections of law, economics, and society. May I now request Ms. Sabhagya Bhattacharya to felicitate Dr. Rawat. Thank you, ma'am. We are equally privileged to have Mr. Abhishek Negi as the moderator for today's panel. Mr. Abhishek Negi, the Assistant Professor of Law at the National Law Institute, University, Bhopal, and a doctoral scholar at Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad. His areas of expertise include criminal law, international criminal law, immigration studies, and constitutional developments. With prior teaching experience at MNLU Mumbai and DNLU Jabalpur, Mr. Negi's research explores the intersection of criminal justice and public policy, reflecting his strong commitment to critical and interdisciplinary legal scholarship. May I now request Ms. Sanya Patle, the co-convener of CTSR, to felicitate Mr. Abhishek Negi. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge and thank our respected faculty members, Dr. Birpal Singh sir, Dr. Padma Singh ma'am, Dr. Seema Srivastava ma'am, Ms. Sabhagya Bhattacharya ma'am, and Mr. Abhishek Negi sir for their constant support in making this discussion possible. Now, to set the tone for the discussion, may I invite Mr. Abhishek Negi to introduce the theme and contextualize today's session.
Distinguished guests on the dais, fellow colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this panel discussion on the role of law and economics in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As we gather here today, we are reminded that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is built upon 5 interconnected pillars or 5 Ps. First, people. Second, planet. Third, prosperity. Fourth, peace. And fifth is partnership. The fundamentals of these 5 pillars rest on the synergies of law and economics. First of all, I would like to talk about law as the domain. Law, simply put, provides the framework of justice, equality, and accountability. It transforms moral commitments into binding obligations. Effective legal systems ensure that human rights are protected, that the environment is preserved, and that the government should be held responsible. From enacting climate laws and environmental regulations to protecting labor rights and ensuring access to justice, law gives structure to our sustainable development efforts and safeguards the principle that no one should be left behind. Now, on the other hand, economics as a domain offers the analytical tools, incentives, statistical backing necessary to make sustainable development both possible and practical. As they say, what cannot be measured cannot be achieved. Economic policies determine how resources are allocated, how growth is pursued, how innovation can be harnessed for the common good. Through green financing, responsible investment, fair trade, and inclusive growth, economics ensures that development is not only efficient but equitable. When law and economics work together, they create the condition for sustainable progress. This interdisciplinary approach is essential for achieving the 7 SDGs, whether it's combating climate change, fostering innovation, ensuring decent work, or building peaceful and inclusive societies. Today's discussion brings together distinguished experts and thought leaders who will share their insights on how the synergy between law and economics can drive transformative change. As we deliberate today, let us remember that sustainable development is not a destination, but a continuous journey of balancing rights and responsibilities, growth with justice, and progress with protection. With this, let me specify the structure of this panel discussion. Each panelist is allotted 15 minutes, followed by question and answer session for 5 minutes, and then 7 minutes each for concluding remarks by chairs. And without further ado, I would like to request now Professor Kondaiya for the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning to all, and respected the chair and the expert members of the panel and the participants and the organizers and the active learners to learn something out of the international conference on the economics and the law, or otherwise law and economics. And the title and the theme of today is about the sustainable development. As we all know, sustainable development is nothing but of use the present resources at the maximum, keeping something for our future generations. Or otherwise, I can use all the resources, but I should keep something for my next generations. Therefore, it continues. This is what we put it as a sustainable developmental goals. From the United Nations, from 2015, they divided the sustainable developmental goals and give a benchmark of 15 years. So by 2030, then we have to achieve all these goals. Therefore, the world will be having at least out of 5 P's, and 2 P's has to be achieved, as the moderator says. People and planet are the more important. And I was looking and preparing for myself as a learner of the law, what I have to share some of my thoughts. So I am bringing with me 3 reports. One, the report of the UNDP or the SDC Gold Committee. Second one is Oxfam report of 2025, released just only 3 days back, because November we have the COP meeting is happening, and followed by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Indian Constitution. With the 3, the basis of 3 documents or literature, I will be looking. So I was looking about that UNDP report. So I myself not very comfortable the way the language says that economics and the goals to be achieved of the SDC 2025 report. So for any common person, one thing is sure, every goal we are able to achieve, but still we need to work more and more. It comes about the calculation. What says end of poverty, hunger, health, education, then comes the gender equality, access to water and energy, employment, and the climate changes. So now if we see the recommendations, what they want to see is that there is an increasing of global refugee populations, and they also require sustainable consumption and production patterns. And one of the problem comes by 20s or the today is the finance, inadequate finance. These are the basic problems which is coming on the achieving of the goals. So one is about we don't have the money and we want to achieve. Then another one is production and computation. They say that avoid using of certain materials which deteriorates the planet. Therefore, everyone has to use some of the goods which is not going to destroy the climate as well as other natures. Then they also come with another concept, unjust transition. This is the which I want to put before all of you. The Oxfam report prepared by the expert body, what is the present status of SDG? So the present status of SDG, which was says, it is there how powerful people are locking world into disaster. There is a carbon inequality, power inequality. The rich are financing climate breakdown and banks are financing highly polluting corporations. We have the three banks of France example they have taken. The three major banks are financing. And there is something called the influence of the richest. The Oxfam clearly says it's the rich and richest people who are contributing and in a way destroying the ecosystem in one of the place. Then if we don't stop this, the problem of three things are there. Urgently, we have to cut the emissions of the richest, curb economic and political influence of the richest, and build an economic system puts people and planet first. So Oxfam report makes very clear if you don't do this, and there will be a most effective things that every country is going to have a problem. If we see the incidents of October 30, what happened? New York City, African country, Vietnam, every country is flooded. Water is logged and people are suffering how to come out. They say the global warming is not one. The 2 days back, the rains which has happened, or a 5 days back which happened in the African countries, they say the global warming percentages. But the effect is that we are unable to sustain and everyone need to cooperate as far as the policies and the reports are concerned. Now I am coming to the India. This is a reference to the very foundation of whether law and economics are separate or one and together. I brought two photographs. You can see this photograph where Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar was sitting from London School of Economics, 1916 to 1917, where he did his studies and the PhD. And this photograph I like very much. It is a very clear. I thought as a learner of law, I don't see there is a difference between law and economics. Here is a man who did PhD in economics, handing over the constitution as a chairman of the drafting committee to the India. It is the economist who later became a law degree, or we can say, who drafted the fundamental document, which we call as the Grand Norm, the Constitution of India, it is there. Therefore, the ideological principles of the drafting committee chairman, you can call him as a professor of economics or a professor of law or the great Bharat Ratna. That means they have contributed already part and parcel of the blood group of Indian ecosystem. So people never thought that there may be some sort of problem comes where you can see Dr. Rajendra Prasad and the Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar ji, where the handing of draft has been given. Now coming back to the Indian Constitution, this has been dealt elaborately yesterday, economic justice. I just want to talk one or two provisions only. Article 19(1), one of the beautiful provision of Indian Constitution, right to freedom of trade. There is one legislation in India, you yesterday also referred, Competition Act. I was looking that whether anybody refers the preamble of competition law, but nobody refers. Expressly it says a legislation for economic development and international trade. So we have made the legislations for economic development and international trade. And let us not look about the backside and performing. So it's a continuous process and evolution to achieve the development. So there is always need about the finance. There is always need about ecosystem that can be built over a point of time. And if you see recent days after Corona, and India is one of the, I think, number one in doing UPI transactions. We are ahead of the all countries in the world. So that means with the system has changed in the mobile transactions, we are being accustomed to the plastic money and plastic savings. Now the government, the Madras High Court says crypto is a property, you can invest crypto. It is a judgment of a week back. We have a crypto tax, though crypto cannot be legally tendered in India, but I can have a crypto. Court recognizes as a property. So already the system which we are having to some extent is the process of evaluation. So that is one thing, a positive sign. We are not using the paper as such. We are using as a technical money or a digital money in the system. Then I've come to the another one. This is where I just want to a thought for all of you. As we start our research under 39B and 39C, natural resources are owned by the public and state is a trustee. We have a concept of the public trust doctrine. Now you can see there are some names I have given, 2G, coal and oil. Yesterday we have an expert from the Italy. He was talking about the minerals and resources. There are two legal concepts where some of the corporates become the richest people in the world. The two legal concepts are lease and license, L1 and L2. Minerals are given either license or the lease. Then the people who are in the corporate world, they try to contribute more and more and become a rich. This is where the former director of RBI governor, Mr. Raghuram Ranjan says, India is more prone to crony capitalistic, not real capitalistics. Because I take a license, I become a rich. I take the lease, I become a rich. So this is where you can see the most of the oil companies are, these things are there. But the purpose is community good. So therefore we have a public trust doctrine comes and we have the basic price and the control over that. And as far as economics are concerned, we have the legislation as already told, essential commodities, MRTP, consumer and competition law. Here I want to take one example which we do every day. Let us take a industry of cement. The price of cement is controlled by Government of India, where everybody can have a proper, accessibility to cement. It is not that it comes as essential commodity, cement. So we have already a system which is controlled on essential commodities which came in 1950s legislations. Then we have the Consumer Act. Now recently we have another legislation that's called Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. They brought a new classification of 2018, economic offenders. In the economic offenders, I think we have the some list of legislations. I have put it here, the list of what are the economic laws in India. And unfortunately, we don't include in the curriculums, starting from the Indian Stamp Act and excise, development of industry, essential commodities, food adulterations. Then we have the company law, SCR Act, wealth tax, income tax, and customs. Then followed by all these legislations are economic laws. So therefore, we have a subject of economic laws. Then we have also economic offenses, a classification of offenses has been done. So therefore, there is no depth of the legislations. In order to have a development and to implementation of a law, as we all know, law is a tool to regulate the human conduct. State is a fictional concept. It is an abstract. It is the humans and corporates or the legal fiction is there. As long as human conduct is very good, therefore all system is going to change it. Here I can take the help of our Nobel Prize winner, C. Amartya Sen, in his book of Idea of Justice, where he refers some of the concept called freedom and capabilities, happiness and well-being. See how beautifully it is there in the Indian Constitution already. Decent life, harmony to each other, fundamental duties, respect to each other. So already he was referring to well-being. My point is that using of the terms has been changed. If it is provided the human conduct is being regulated by themselves, by the tool of a law, then society is going to achieve the development, then it can be called a sustainable development. So therefore, this is where they called about the patterns of behavior in a community becomes a need of income, and all are given by the Adam Smith, the father of economics, as well as the Amartya Sen talks about the jurisprudential aspects. So in a brief conclusion of mine, what it comes for an overall presentation is that the rich should be regulated and the poor should be provided. The governments or the control of natural resources has to be regulated by the lease and license agreement. Therefore, it always comes about the equal distribution of the power and resources. So with this, I will pass my views and opinions. It is a forum to discuss because it is a continuous process. And one more thing which I want to say as a conclusion, that India is called as the, we are the people leave everything to others. We don't take from anything in the world. Therefore, the India is a karma bhumi. It always shines on its own. Read anywhere in the history, we have not gone to any other country, other part of the world to receive from them. So we have the everything in our country. Fortunately, under the beneath of the water, that is the seas, whatever I want, jump into the sea. That's called as the sea is the bonanza of reservoirs of resources. So still we have something, but at least as a human beings, we have to control our conduct by own behavior or by the conduct. Let us assume for the sustainable development for the future generations. I pause my presentations here. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you for the insightful discussion, sir. As sir has pointed out, the focus on first two pillars, that is people and the planet. He also discussed that how sustainable development goals and the reality can be achieved, and the reality that what is the present situation of sustainable development goals, how the rich is actually a concern for the anthropogenic cause of the concern of the pollution or climate change. He also discussed about the role of state. He also discussed the role of law in regulating the human behavior. So thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Professor Dr. Anupama Rawat for the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
इससे कनेक्ट हो जाएगा पेन ड्राइव ठीक है कोई इशू नहीं so basically yeah I was talking about just one aspect of this because I come from economics. I'm a professor of economics, and a lot of people are covering the, as Sir Jonagadalla sir has already mentioned, that what is the intersectionality, and yesterday we were talking about the crisscrossing carpet approaches between economics and law. So law, economics, and gender equality, what is the capability approach? So I picked up one sustainable goal, which is Sustainable Development Goal 5, and which talks about gender equality. But there is a huge cross-sectionality we know as far as all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are concerned. So why law, economics, and gender equality is a capability approach, and who all are important, why economics alone cannot just take care of the efficiency part, that, you know, how efficient the systems can be, how resource efficient the whole system can be, which is ensured through economics. But there has to be some morality needs to prevail. A value judgment comes in a society, in a justifiable society, then only I think the economic efficiency matters. If the ethics are removed from the efficient part of the system, we can be very efficient, the market can be very efficient, but if the ethics and values and value judgments are removed from that, then it is of no use. So that's why integrating what Sir just mentioned about Amartya Sen, and Amartya Sen got Nobel Prize. He also wrote Development as Freedom. So the title of the book itself talks about the freedom aspect of it. So yesterday one person, honorable resource person was talking about, he was mentioning that, you know, why do we have to make the laws always? We need to make laws. If for everything we need not make laws always. It's not necessary. So, but somewhere to give justice, because we need to ensure the morality, we need to ensure that ethical judgment, we need to ensure the value judgment in the society, so that we need to make laws. But yes, at certain places that freedom is very important, and how the capabilities can be enhanced through justice given, and then taking them to that freedom level where their capabilities can be enhanced to that extent. So that's why it's very important that, you know, we integrate the approaches. Here I've mentioned, because the time is very limited, there are a huge number of philosophers whom we can quote and talk about, who have discussed in this intersectionality of law and economics, and what a beautiful, just society would be with all freedom there, where we don't really need too many laws and regulations. So here Martha Nussbaum I have been mentioning, but I take her also with a pinch of salt, because when it comes to the postmodernist approaches, which are very, very free, they talk about ultra freedom, there she has her you know, limitations, and she has her reservations. But here it is important when we integrate law and economics, so I'm referring to her here, and the three schemes, because I come from Madhya Pradesh, so how Madhya Pradesh is doing justifiably when it comes to the gender equality, what schemes are there, what programs, so I'm just touching upon them, that what are the Beti Badhao, Beti Padhao, Ladli Lakshmi, cash transfers, and these have been leading, you know, policies which have been emulated by the other states. So that's very important in Madhya Pradesh, that we should talk about them also. So when we talk about integrating these two approaches, gender equality is not a goal, but it's a precondition for a just and sustainable world. This I've already mentioned. So what kind of sustainability? Is it only resources we are talking about? Because when we talk about sustainability, environment comes into picture. But what about the ethical considerations? What about the discriminatory role, whether it is gender, whether it is caste or any kind? So particularly in relation to gender, we talk about law and economics, which are both complementary. Gender equality drives both moral and economic progress. So that is what we are trying to understand and explore, how legal economic systems interact and accelerate the SDG 5, because accelerating SDG 5 has now become very, very important. We have achieved once some milestones to an extent, like when you talk about POSH only in India. So there is a lot of cases which are being registered, but how much justice has been given? So that's the point where we need to address, because there we are coming in the lower ladder when it comes to you know, rendering justice. So law is a normative structure ensuring justice and accountability. Economics is analytical discipline. So we talk about logics, but optimizing welfare we cannot understand without economics. And ACP goes the father of welfare economics, where he talks about maximization, but somewhere we need to do certain sacrifices when we need to maximize, because resources are limited. So the shared objective of enhanced human well-being and freedom, and how do we ensure that the policies are both, it is reaching the last mile and also efficient, as well as they are equitable in terms, so that discriminatory things are removed. So the policy, when enforced through law and justice, cannot be possible without law and justice. So Amartya Sen's Capability Approach Development as Freedom, which was published in 1999. Another book he published was Regional Perspectives, and he talks about women's agency at length. And there's one chapter dedicated by Professor Ramachandran in it. And then in 1999, and when I used to teach economics, even in 90s and 80s, I used to give Kerala as an example, where Kerala always used to outstand, even with the Western countries, they were down in the ladder when it used to come to the human development indicators. So Kerala used to be cited then also as far as all the human development indicators are concerned. So the women agency play a major role in the freedom that when we talk about development and that kind of freedom. So the whole chapter is dedicated in that. And when you understand that, Posner's economic analysis, when he talks in 1970 about law through efficiency, that also he talks about that justice has to be given, and without justice and law, we cannot do anything. So that is Posner for you. And feminist law and economics also talk that, okay, we need to ensure, we need to balance equity, but we have to give that kind of role to the society, though being feminist, very, liberated in their thought, but they said we cannot do without law. Until and unless law prevails and ensures that right, we cannot do without, in spite of being highly liberated. So the gender equality underpins all 17, because there is a huge cross-sectionality among all the 17 goals. The empowered women improve health and education, which are the three basic yardsticks of this fifth sustainable development goal. There are 9 targets also and sub-targets to it. This SDG 5 targets eliminate discrimination and ensure participation and value and unpaid care. Now, unpaid care and social protection is now a huge debate which is coming up. And UN Women, which is working in the gender mainstreaming policies and gender responsive budgeting, and whole module has come out now in public. Now they are talking about social protection, and UNICEF is now hugely into social protection scheme. And they talk, I attended one program, that we now need to have one universal scheme. And why universal schemes, they become more important than these sub-schemes. As we were discussing today in the morning, that we have so many differentiation as far as geographical differentiation is concerned in India, caste, society. So there is a huge, and when we go for the data is also disaggregated. So when we capture the data, how do we do it? Because the same problem, the same law in Northeast and same problem in South or in the North India, the responses would be very different. So when we talk about discrimination, we need to ensure the participation and the unpaid care. How do we do it? So there is a life cycle approach. I did not put the picture here. The first part is the child, the second is the childbearing age. So in the child age and the childbearing age and in the old age, these are the 3 major sections in the life cycle approach. So how the labor participation of a woman, because initially she's a girl child in that age. Next, she's a childbearing age, and then she's in the old age. So everywhere the role of women is so huge, because we show one movie, I didn't have time, otherwise I would have shown a UN Women movie, very famous, you can see, it is Unleashing the Dreams. So that it shows that, how the girl, she gets up and helps the mother and all. So that is because gender is a socially constructed concept. We have been told that it is the job of the girl. This is how gender comes into picture, because socially हमको ये बताया गया कि ये काम महिलाओं को करना है या पुरुषों को नहीं करना है, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, वो तो हमारे अंदर. So we have been given that kind of concept, and that's why we take women as their role, in spite of the fact that we know that biologically they are more robust than men, because their life expectancy is more, and anybody can prove that. So when we talk about discrimination, ensure participation, unpaid social protection schemes, if universal schemes are given across, and if single scheme is given, I think a lot of protection would come to women, because if even to an old age woman, the scheme is protecting her, she can protect her grandchild, even she can protect the childbearing age people. So the whole social protection scheme works, and there is a talk now that there has to be, because when we talk about cash transfers also, so that should be one universal scheme instead of tidbits, because we see in India that thousands and thousands of schemes, we don't even know how many are working for women, and we cannot count them. And now with MP coming, so many states are emulating that that, in their own ways, but the resultant effect is not visible. Why is it not visible? In spite of the fact, these are the 9 targets, I don't want to get into that. Now the CEDAW is there, POSH Act maternity benefit is there, this is the enabler. So these are enablers. We have done wonderful in, bringing in 2013 the law, POSH law, but how much justice has been rendered? So we see the cases are reducing. Legal certainty attracts investment and promotes equity, and also gender budgeting and inclusive fiscal policies, because economics, so that was law for you, this is economics, so gender responsive budgeting cannot be understood without. So now I'm designing modules on GRB, and that's my forte, and giving these as a trainer to all. So without economics and law, we cannot teach gender responsive budgeting at all. Microfinance and entrepreneurship programs fostering, Kutumbashri has been a great, great success in Kerala, and SHGs in Madhya Pradesh also elsewhere. Since this came as a concept in the world, SHGs have revolutionized the microfinance and women. So Lakpati Didis is the big example for us. So gender-sensitive taxation and incentives for equality, economic participation enhances both GDP and social capital. So it's not GDP alone, because in economics we talk obsession of growth. We say obsession of growth rates. No, development is important, growth rates is now, we're done with the growth rates. So growth rates do not ensure that kind of social capital. Social capital can only be come when economics become a driver, like productivity, innovation, and sustainable development, as Sir mentioned. So we talk about Human Development Index, and Mehboob Haq was contemporary to Amartya Sen, but he did not get the Nobel Prize. He was in developing that Human Development Index, a Pakistani economist. He talks the 3 things which are very important: life expectancy, health, education, standard of living. Besides that, IMR, maternal mortality rate, then adult literacy rate, and also sanitation and access to water. So these decide the HDI. So we have come far away from the growth concept to the development and to the human development and to the Amartya Sen concept of development as freedom. So we have to see that trajectory, how we have come far. And Amartya Sen's development expansion of freedoms is not GDP alone. It is also capabilities which comes through development as freedom, and that needs to be ensured. So freedom is a real measure of progress and not GDP alone or growth or some kind of a growth target. Capabilities are real opportunities which should be given. There should be no barriers. So barriers, first of all, should be broken. And therefore, SDG 5, it cuts across all the 17 goals in a huge manner. In fact, there are 54 targets which are there, out of which 1/4 of the target alone in the SDG 5 can be found. So the Women's Agency central to justice and growth. Women's Agency, like Kerala is an example. Now Haryana has come up. Martha Nasbam's goal of justice should be guaranteeing threshold capabilities. Gender justice is a moral wrong and economic inefficiency. It needs to be removed, and we need to ensure that moral justice is given. And law and economics beyond efficiency. Richard Posner also, he talks about law promotes efficiency by reducing social costs and legal frameworks. The feminist economists I have already mentioned. Gender justice is productivity and trust. And example of POSH. Now the female labor participation ratio, if we say only in India, is the lowest. And we should be ashamed of it. So this is an ILO report, I am not saying that. So women remain an underutilized economic force, and alone if we remove that gender gap, here I need to mention that gender gap in pay terms, if we say, like what women are paid and what men are paid. So absolute terms, if we see, there is an adjusted pay gap and there is an unadjusted pay gap. So the adjusted pay gap talks about something more, because even in the intra-household there is discrimination. How do you capture the pay thing? How do you capture? You go to the household and ask. But the household की अगर आपको income पता होगी, लेकिन अंदर क्या हो रहा है नहीं पता. तो intra-household income is very different. So if we take the mean pay paid to a woman minus to the men minus men and divided by men, because we have to bring some average, weight that is still not adjusted until unless we ensure that the discrimination is also removed from that. So there is an adjusted pay gap, which now UN Women has come with a formula, with a concept you can have. It is on the website of UN Women. So these legal gaps in domestic and informal work, unprotected sectors reflect persistent inequality, in spite of the fact that what looks is not true. We have to go and see what exactly intra-household is also the story. Even today, I'm a professor, but I'm earning, my husband is retired. I should not be mentioning this here, a very personal thing. But my bank account details he has. And he's doing all the transactions. So, because we are so used to, we are so, structured that way, hum psyched hai us tarah se, so we cannot do that in spite of being a very, modern woman and everything. So legal gaps in domestic informal work, unprotected sectors. So we need to see that equality is smart economics and not just, talking about logics. That doesn't work. So POSH Act, and Fernandez, weak enforcement, social, he has given this thing, there is a study. There's also a study by the Ashoka University, which talks detailed about the workforce participation, about female and how the discrimination is happening. And we have the missing women concept. Usse to kharab kuch ho hi nahi sakta hai. Missing girls. Because in Asia, there is a revelation that, we are going down. And the higher we move in the caste ladder, the workforce participation is declining in India. It's very alarming. It's very alarming. So we need to see that law must evolve for digital and informal economies. Legal systems must adapt to new realities and that how that discrimination is happening. So Kerala and Himachal, Kudambashri is a great example. I took a project in Symbiosis. I was director there for the students' research project. And wonderful study we conducted. I wanted to replicate to the northern Indian states, but that did not happen because I came back. So that time in 2011, it was a revolution in Kerala. And today, Niti Aayog says you can go and see. Yesterday, I saw a YouTube channel that Niti Aayog is quoting that Kerala is doing great in attaining sustainable development goals. So I'm just going to now conclude. So real world reflections and sustainable development and gender equality. SDG places gender equality at the heart of the global sustainability. It is cross-sectionally available everywhere. If you see, you will find in every 17 goals of it, you will find majority of these, and we need to gender mainstream those into the policies. That is important. Out of the 54 gender-specific indicators, if we see across SDGs, 1/4 are found in SDG 5 alone. Sirf पांचवे वाले में आपको दिखाई देगा. Sustainability is not environmental, it's also social. So Amartya Sen, Nosbum, equality, moral duty plus economic efficiency. Empowerment is both ethical and pragmatic, not practical alone, but also ethical. And the yojanas which I was talking about, just flip through the slides. The Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao shifts cultural attitudes towards gender equality. And Ladli Lakshmi encourages education and delays early marriage. Direct cash transfers, as I mentioned, the most successful scheme till date, and particularly COVID have proved that there is no answer to remove poverty or end of poverty. It is only cash transfer. This is the world economics. You can have n number of hours of debate with me that it cannot be done without cash transfers. We cannot remove poverty. We have done all, and now we have come to cash transfers only. So women also, in those life cycle approach also, they need those cash transfer. Even 7,000 rupees per year, if it's given to an old woman, 3 generations she can protect. That is proven already with a lot of international examples. So these are the Saints' perspective on policies. We have NASBAM's perspective on all these policies and alignment with SDGs. So development as freedom, justice and capability, cash plus education plus law is a lasting change. Freedom to flourish defines true justice. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me I've taken some extra time. I know I'm really sorry and awfully sorry for that. Gender is very close to my heart. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The discussion is so thought-provoking that I could not be able to tell you that your time is up, and I gave you certain extra minutes. And since the ma'am has focused, her presentation is actually focused on SDG 5, that is gender equality. And the whole discussion, I was thinking about that how in newspapers we used to read UBTs, that is Universal Benefit Transfer, and the discussion about gender equality, the discussion about the glass ceiling, the discussion about the gender bias approach, and the discussion that how Bangladesh women indirectly get the benefit for the textile from the textile industry. So thank you so much, ma'am. Also, she highlighted about how postmodernist approach um, has dealt and this issue about gender equality and how they also said that accepted that law is actually a necessity for the gender equality. She also talked about missing women concept. She also talked about freedom is the real measure and not the GDP. She also talked about gender budgeting. So this is all about her discussion. Thank you so much, man, once again. Now I would like to call Mr. Om Shankar Srivastav for the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Yes, play. Yes, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, young students, some faculties are also there. So thank you for giving us an opportunity over here to speak about such an important and relevant topic. This is not only relevant as far as the subject is there, but why it has become so relevant. Because in this month only, the COP Conference of Parties being organized in Brazil. So here, whatever we have been discussing, we should take this theme in a concept that certainly is something we should try to communicate at that level also. So as far as the sustainable development is concerned, the topic is the role of law and economics in achieving the sustainable development goal. So sustainable development, when we talk about how it has been evolved, as far as the India is concerned, we are having our own culture since ages. To develop our way of life is like sustainable development approach. But in the modern science and modern history, when we talk about this word has been coined in Birthland report in 1987, the Norwegian Prime Minister was there. The best definition ever is that to meet the requirement of present generation without compromising the ability of future generation. So from 1987 onwards, we have started, and in every conferences, this has been the major agenda which kept on improvising. And as of now, we are talking about in 2015, when was an important year when we talked about 2030 agenda. So in that point of time, all the nations, United Nations members have adopted in 2015 of 17 sustainable development goals, which I shown through the video, and certainly which are an urgent call for action by all countries developing in global partnership. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while taking climate change and working to preserve our ocean and forest. I won't take much time, but just to have a brief about other history, post 1987, when we started talking about the sustainable development approach, sustainable development goals to meet. So 1992, the Brazil, that the Earth Summit, start from Earth Summits, and that was the time we took the Agenda 21 on global partnership on sustainable development to improve our human lives. Thereafter, many other conferences, COP, were also been conducted in 2000. Year 2000, it was important for the Millennium Summit in United Headquarters in New York. 2002 was important year. South Africa Declaration, Johannesburg, for development and plan of implementation adopted by the World Summit. Again, we started talking about the Agenda 21 and Millennium Declaration. 2012 was the important year. Again, in Brazil, that conference we talk about, Rio Plus 20. So after 20 years, Rio conference were there, and from 2012, the important thing what we coined, and that's the outcome, was documented, is the future we want. Thereafter, 2013, and 2015, when we talk about it, that was the important and landmark year, where several, not only COP, but other important conferences were there, international, whether it's a Sendai framework or Addis Ababa agenda for development, and from there only in 2015 we fixed it up, the 17 sustainable development goals, and that was adopted for year 2030, which is approaching. And Paris Climate Change Conference, Paris COP, that was also very important in 2015. Now, can you change the slide? Oh, I have. The topic is basically the law and economics. So simply when we talk about the law, there are various verticals are there. Law of taxation, civil laws, criminal laws, labor laws, constitutional laws, environmental laws, and so on and so forth. Second aspect, when we talk about the economics, in economics also, can you shift the, able to see or not? Yes. So, second part is when we, in the lens of economics, we try to understand, because all dignities are there as far as the economics. I don't want to dare speak on economics as a subject, but I'm trying to link it up with the law and economics, trying to link it up, this economics as a subject, as a theory, the basic how it is attached with the sustainable development, and how we actually we can achieve through our economics, through the help of the economists and through the help of the economic theories. Simply when we talk about the economics, that's, as a layman, I understand the demand and supply, that is one. So determine the demand and supply, some GDPs and other aspects. But the important aspect is allocation of resources. That is one important aspect. And second, efficiently use of resources. So these are the basic things what I understood and draw from the basket of economics and try to put it with the sustainable approach. Sustainable development and approach is also like this only. How those resources, limited resources, can be properly allocated to the users. And second aspect is how these resources should be efficiently used. So this is what the basic concept of sustainability. This is how a sustainable use practice can be adopted. So the basic thing and the sustainable, the root and the basic understanding is from the economics what you can draw. And these economics, ultimately when we talk about the policies, rules, regulations and other things, that also derived from the economist. The concept and theory of economics absolutely play an important and very, very important role while making some acts, while making rules, while making regulations. So, and both law and economics is basically what I understand as the social sciences. And both you can say sister science. Both we can say the sister, both are interconnected. So ultimately requirement and having law and economics both together, ultimately how we can achieve those sustainable development goals. Today, world over, we are talking about, earlier we were talking about the 5 goals, 10 goals, 6 goals, and now we are talking about the 17 goals. Though it's a big discussion, but I'll specifically focus about SDG 6, SDG 13, SDG 15, as you all people know about, because this is something related with the clean water, climate change, and life on land. So here, what exactly the government of India, we have been specifically focusing on ultimately achieving those goals as far as the law is concerned. So I'll be, as I told you, various aspects and verticals of law. But when we talk about the environmental law, first and foremost act which has come into existence, that's the Water Prevention Control of Pollution Act 1974. This act is basically, every act has got two aspects. When we talk about the penal provision, there is a, either imprisonment is there or sometime there is a imposition of fine is there. So imposition of fine and penal provision both available in the Water Prevention Control of Pollution Act 1974, section 45 and 45 and 47, we will read it. Section, at the same time, Environment Protection Act is another act. This umbrella act, you can say. Students, those who might have gone through the environmental law or must have studied. So this is the main act, Environment Protection Act. This act is basically is an umbrella act, and under this act, various rules and regulations of environment rules and regulations have been framed. Because the power which has been Government of India draw from this particular act only, section 5, and rule 3 of environment protection rules. So here and thereafter, in this act also, section 14A speaks about imposition of fine, those they are violators. Now the question arises whenever we talk about any kind of violation, environmental violations I'm talking about. So if any kind of violations, one has to pay the price either by way of imprisonment or by way of penalty. That penalty is not small amount. Recently amendment have been made and huge and hefty amount is there. Even the day-to-day, for the violation, day-to-day penalty is being imposed. Now the new term which has been coined, that is environmental compensation. So as far as the main important aspect and aim is to achieve that sustainable development goal, India is not lagging behind. We are, out of world, we are the third country, we got separate environmental court. We got separate environmental court after Australia and New Zealand. So we have exclusively not only making acts of various kinds, rules of various kinds, implementing it thoroughly, at the same time, which is what is most important, we have got our own separate judicial system for dealing such kind of cases. This is the beauty of the rule of law. And this is ultimately, and the most important aspect is that we have that judiciary, such a judiciary is simply not lawyers, simply not a judicial person is chairing, but an expert member is also sitting on the dais to deal with all environment and forest issues. Now, as far as the laws and rules and regulations are concerned, why economic aspects and economic policies always met important aspect when we talk about, for example, forest law. In forest law, for example, any kind of activity, in the forest, if it has been proposed, what we normally term as the non-forest activity, then a proper due process is there for taking that particular forest area or block. And for that reason, one has to pay the net present value. NPV is a term which is normally being paid once the forest clearance or forest clearance issue has been granted to the project proponent or to the government, to anyone. That price, that NPV, is a price. There's a two aspects is there. One, once we apply for a forest area for the non-forest purpose, there are two aspects. One has to pay the NPV, not net present value, and second is the equal or more than that amount of the area of the land is to be given at any revenue area, so that will be converted into the forest later. So this NPV is it's a hefty amount, this net present value of the particular forest, and by way of this NPV, this money is basically used for the compensatory afforestation purpose. So see the sustainability and sustainable approach of a forest law, where suppose for a reason, for the mining or for any other activity, suppose you are going to take that forest land or take their resources, then certainly that much amount is required to be paid, because by way of CAMPA, that term is CAMPA basically, Compensatory Afforestation Management Schemes. By way of that much amount is to be paid, and this amount will be used for the compensatory afforestation at requisite place for the purposes of balancing the growth. There is a damage, certainly, you cannot stop it. Ultimately, when you are talking about the development, certain impact has to have happened. But how to mitigate those? How to lessen those kind of damages? And that way, this CAMPA fund has been eroded. So this is a part of this is an important act, rules and regulations under the Forest Acts, so as to achieve the sustainable development goals. This apart, I just talked about the Water Act when there is a violations. Certainly, certain violation may be of any kind, but those violations are being treated not only by the putting the project property into the imprisonment, but the important aspect is the certain amount by way of penalty is being collected, that normally we term as environmental compensation, and this money is being collected, and that money is being utilized. It is supposed to be utilized for the particular purpose it has been taken for. So, Environment Act, at the same time Mining Act, even in the Madhya Pradesh minor mineral rules, even the sand minor rules, you will find there are certain penalties being imposed, usko hum Paryavaran Kshatipurti kehte hain. Clearly it has been mentioned in the name of Paryavaran Kshatipurti, that amount to be paid. In fact, in Madhya Pradesh minor mineral rule 1996 and sand rule 2019, in both the rules, there are 10 times or more than 10 times of the royalty. That much amount is being imposed on any violator by the government. So that much amount, because that's a hefty amount, but the royalty is 200, but 200 multiplied into 10, or sometimes even 20 also. So that much royalty is being, that much amount in the name of Paryavaran Kshati is being imposed. So this is the way the ultimately intent and intention of the legislature is not only to have the deterrent effect upon the violator, but at the same time, there has to be some money, and those monies should be collected for the proper utilizations. Now, the most important aspect, because it's not one way out, and as far as the environmental compensation are there, in recent, I'd not go much beyond, in 2022 and 2023, you just cannot imagine, National Green Tribunal, which is the environmental court, has imposed thousands and thousands crores, almost 80,000 crores, only for non-adherence of the non-adherence of the solid waste management rules. For the Delhi, for this Delhi state capital, 900 crores have been imposed by way of penalty. For Tamil Nadu, it is more than 1,500 crores. For Madhya Pradesh, it's around 7,000 crores have been imposed. There is one case, 606 of 2018, which is already going on since 18. Ultimately, the objective of that case is particular to watch wherever the solid waste management is not being properly done. That point of time, those agencies are exclusively watching, and the fine is being imposed. Solid waste management means that start from the household only. How the solid waste from a household is being collected, transported, segregated, and proper disposal is to be done. So this is what exactly the procedure to be adopted. Most of the cities which is not been happening even after imposition of solid waste management rules, 2000 and then 2016 and 2020 also. So various rules and regulations are already in place. The impositions of fine and penalties are also in place. One more rules is there, that's the plastic management handling rules. In that plastic management handling rules, there is a provisions of EPR, extended producer responsibility. Means what? Suppose you buy a television or buy fridge in a house from Samsung or Sony or any other company. So whatever the waste material by way of gatta and plastics, those things which is coming, actually it is ultimately we throw it out, and this is become the responsibility of the municipality to collect properly, segregate and dispose this. So under the EPR formula, a certain amount, certain percentage of that amount is to be given to the concerned municipalities. This is all though most of the municipalities are not aware of this power. Certainly they can have huge amount of money if they really work upon it, and whatever the compensation which has been imposed by National Green Tribunal time and again, they can compensate also. This is what I think. So this is how the regulations have very scientifically, certainly with the help of economists, because I'm sitting with economists, how can I say no? So these, certainly by help of this economists, must have the policy have been done, no doubt about it. We have everything is on place. Now the question arises when we talk about the larger aspect of sustainable development goal. So most of the countries are sitting every year, 2000 COP is going to happen. The basic question is, there is always fight between the developing and developed countries. What we say, you better know. But the important aspect is always developed country trying to impose their conditions upon us. You say, no, अब आपको coal use नहीं करना. आपने तो 40 साल से, 50-60 साल से आपने coal use किया, और बाकी non-renewable resources example use किया, खुद use कर रहे हैं, बाकी दूसरी countries के भी use कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप हमें बोलोगे नहीं करना है. आप you just shift to the non-renewable resources. So this is fight is going, all it is bending. And there are several times very new thing which has come. The foremost important aspect, what I think, which is most important, that is a technology transfer. These developed countries are required to give their proper technology that as far as the environmental and sustainable development goals, technologies are required, whether for the STP or construction of ETP or construction of air pollution control devices or construction and manufacturing of continuous effluent monitoring systems, multiple air pollution control devices, and everything is there. But the question is, this developed country must share these technology free of cost. That is one. Ultimately, because when we talk about the common future, certainly you have got technologically higher, so you certainly must share it. This is the very basic thing. As far as the less developing countries are concerned, there are opportunities are there, and there is a discussion is also with regard to sharing of funds. Certain funds are also there. But my submission ultimately in conclusion also, when we actually want to achieve this sustainable development goals, we cannot take a loaf of 150 crores of population of this country. You have to take this India is a key person. India can show the path, actual path for the actual social sustainable development, because it's our way of life since beginning. So the basic and conclusion is, we should emphasize, the government of India must emphasize not only our way, but at the same time, whatever the technologies are there for better growth, air pollution control devices, and these technology must be transferred to developing countries. This is how I wanted to explain. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the practical insights. So, sir's main argument is actually the concern about the economy versus the ecology debate. He also talked about how the global south and global north perceive the issue about environmental concern. He also talked about technological transfer, which is the very contemporary issue regarding global south and global north divide. He also talked about the through case studies, talked about the balancing approach in the development and growth via economy. So thank you so much, sir. And now the floor is open for question and answer session. The question answer session would be for 5 minutes. So anyone who wants to ask any question, yes.
Thank you. I have a question from Professor Rawat. I was in awe of her presentation, and I was just wondering, uh, ma'am, you talked about reimagining development as not only as an element of growth, and obviously it's more than just growth, it's more than just numbers. While at the same time, you were focusing on the schemes related to women, especially in the state of Madhya Pradesh. While I was also looking into your slides, I saw somewhere that you had highlighted that some of those schemes like Ladli Lakshmi and Ladli Behna Yojana, etc., they discourage early marriage, and there is a partial empowerment of women.
They discourage?
Early marriage, encourage education, and you'd also written partial empowerment of women. My only question is because Professor Abhishek, he had in the very beginning of his introduction, he said that measuring the impact of these economics policies is also important. So my question is that do you think that these schemes are really structured to measure impact in terms of development, or are they just focused on the growth decibel? That's my doubt. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that's a very, very pertinent, very important question. In fact, we are struggling because I am a professor of public policy and dealing with policy, though I come from economics mainstream. But being in an academy, which is a training academy, and we get all the, government officials are being trained there. So in and out, we are dealing with policies and the ground level, what's working. Yeah, so the ops is something. And that's why in the end of my presentation, I did say that, there are thousands and thousands of schemes. We don't even know what is below our desk. The officer sitting on the desk doesn't know what he's actually delivering. And a number of schemes, I just presented one small essay somewhere in ISB, which I talked about the sub-plan, tribal sub-plan. Actually, there's so much of huge amount of money which is actually given, but it's unutilized. That is another bigger problem we have to come to. So there's a huge amount of unutilized money with the government. It goes totally like that. Especially when it comes to GRB and all this, since 2003 we have been talking about. So these yojanas are there. Looks-wise, what appears is different, because even if we see the number of Jan-Dhan accounts, female are huge number of holders. But when I mentioned that, now UN is coming with the document, I'm not saying as Anupama Rawal. So the intra-household, that's a huge, I just, covered in one line, but it's a huge area to be understood. That intra-household disparity, it's huge. Now, when I talked about my example, I just touched upon it. Okay, because I take pride, like, my husband is managing my account balance, fine. But that is not the thing. What is reality is something very different. So in fact, I am taking a project with UNICEF. Inshallah, agar sab theek hua to, I'm trying to get the ground reality of these two yojanas we are working upon. And UN, again, UNICEF is a kind of a sarkari agency only because they work with the governments only. So being an academician and a researcher, I have also guided 5 PhDs, all in development area. So what we see in the ground is so different than what actually is the picture. So when real terms of economic empowerment, that translation has not at all started to happen. I don't know how much time it's going to take. But yeah, that yojana itself, if we have started talking about it, it's a good change. We should not be that pessimistic. So it's a huge change. And a lot of states have taken on, मध्य प्रदेश की तर्ज पे बहुत सारे राज्यों ने नाम ले लेके योजनाएं शुरू की हैं. बट ये एक और हार्ड ट्रूथ है कि बहुत सारी योजनाएं पहुंच नहीं रही because they are not reaching the ground. So if we have a universal scheme, it reaches. Because there are a lot of mathematics and economics to understand. Why one scheme works better, because there are some international examples. Now I'm also not very confident in saying that it is a truth, because we had a discussion with V.V. Giri Institute there in the training. But yes, cash transfers have worked. They have worked in COVID. We have seen that they have worked in COVID. So somewhere maybe the developed nations are talking about this. Again, this is coming from the developed nations, not from. So why don't we have our own kind of study, which, whether universal scheme is good or we should do away with the small schemes, because they are all piecemeal approaches and none of them is reaching the target. So all that, money is going fragmented. So why not the whole money gets channelized in one area, and the small countries, Mauritius and Mongolia and sub-Saharan African countries, I'm forgetting the name. Brazil is also there. Brazil being a rightist regime, they have done a universal social protection scheme full, and it's a huge successful thing. So we need to, consolidate the schemes. I feel that is the answer to that. I don't know. I mean, I'm still researching in that. But yeah, what ops is very different. And वो पैसा भी जो देते हैं उनके पति तो ले लेते हैं, use करते. So we know the hard truth, what is happening. Victimization is there, violence is there. So we've not come. So those योजनाs on appearance में तो ठीक है, जनधन योजना में, लेकिन women is very poor as compared to men. She's ultra poor. So that's also important. If we really want to end poverty, women need to be brought out of poverty, not men. That's very, very, there's no discrimination. This is the first thing we have to do. So this is what my take is on. Yeah.
Thank you. Ma'am, just one follow-up this thing. By universal, you are meaning central schemes, right?
No, universal means one scheme. Universal, this is for
Okay,
social
just one
protection,
consolidated
care
scheme
economy.
you are saying.
For care and support economy, there's a thought which has come up, and that is again a Western thought. So where a lot of examples of international countries are there, where they're talking about one universal scheme for in every area. It's not only in gender, it's in any area for that matter. Even if you talk about farm sector. So instead of giving too many different schemes, everything doesn't reaches the, so if we have one universal scheme, it reaches the target. That is what is the new story. So how far it is true, the debate is still on. But yeah, there are live examples which have proven that, one coverage, one umbrella scheme we are talking about. Like one scheme on social protection, one scheme on gender, something like that. So that reaches, then having, different for different. Because we were talking, there's so much of discrimination in India and geographically also, that every religion, caste, in one state is different than the same religion and caste. So it doesn't reach because they don't want and somebody wants it. So but when we talk about universal, the coverage would be huge. So those who want, they will pick up, and the justice would be delivered where it is to be delivered. It will not go waste. That's the idea, I believe. Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I have a question to Mr. Srivastava. I think he was talking his experience from the practitioner's point of view. I don't know, but that was interesting with regard to the forest part, where the liability or penalties are significantly higher. You mentioned 5 times, 10 times, so that somebody should not violate. But when we look the beautiful city like Bhopal and even the Gwalior and even the Jabalpur, they are near to the forest area. And in economics, you always follow a trap, a development versus deforestation. So forget about the parties, but the government are also in trap, because even in such area, the vertical I see, yesterday we were going and we found that whether vertical development is safer for the Bhopal city, we got conclusion no, because somehow somewhere it is also located in some geography. I think that maybe not be feasible. And now the development is from the point of view or a living standard, and people in the country want living standard like what Western countries have. So how far the government can make out the whatever the people have, their I should not say greed, but what the basic expectation, what they are looking, because they are also earning. If you talk Indian economy become a 30 trillion in the Viksit Bharat 47, then we have a huge resources. And mitigating that resources may be only coming through deforestation. Even talking SDG is quite good in the practical sense, not in the theory sense. And in theory sense also talking gender justice also good, but in practical life we see somehow somewhere that real things go in a different way. So what is your way on looking on such a problematic thing? Because here defaulter is will be not the parties, individuals. The not defaulter, but the meeting the expectation. The government has to take a call and has to go beyond the something whatever they made as a criteria. What is your view on that? Yeah, thank you.
See, wherever there is a development, certainly there is some destruction is to happen, no doubt about it. But ultimately, how to mitigate those measures, that is what the concern is. Specifically, when we'll talk about the government, Government of India has exclusively met that Campa fund. And that Campa fund was the only fund which was being regularly monitored by Honorable Supreme Court since 2002, after Goa Foundation case. And thereafter, regularly that money has been kept by collecting the Government of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest. And ultimately in 2016, Campa rules were framed and that money were being given, started being distributed to the different states according to their, according wherever there is some deforestation or exclusively some change of forest into non-forest activity has happened. So accordingly that money has been shared. Now the question is, what exactly something which is missing? This Campa fund was exclusively to be utilized for the afforestation purpose only, exclusively. You were not even required to use that Campa fund for purchasing a pen also. You cannot. You cannot purchase computer, you cannot purchase paper, you cannot purchase anything. That money was 100% that money was to be utilized for the purpose of afforestation. In 2016 onwards, when we'll see the statistics and data, what has happened, most of the state government has reduced their forest fund. Every department has got certain fund. May 100 rupees were been allocated to the forest department. Campa fund has also come as 30 rupees. So they are the government, what the government were required, that this Campa fund should have been, certainly you've been used for that purpose only, but this 100 rupees should not be reduced, but in course of time, this 100 rupees has been reduced by just compensating that 30 rupees. So that is also not something which is not good practice as far as the government are concerned, because here this is going to be the big issue. And without having the proper, in fact, implementations of those money or without having proper utilization of those fund exclusively, so certainly we are not going to achieve actual. Even this year data says that around 6% forests are reduced in Madhya Pradesh only. National data is national. As a national average, we should have at least 33%. National, we should have 33%. We in Madhya Pradesh, we are around 23-24% of forest area. But certainly, this area, certain big lap is there. Some has been disturbed. So certainly the government must have been doing something, and we all are working. Day before yesterday, I was contesting a case. I was for the Devas. It was a very big case. In fact, it was a revenue land. Government has, but seems to be forest. Almost a forest, all conditions of forest it was following, but it was recorded as a revenue land. I was contesting for that case to be converted and to be recorded in the name of forest. This was my case. It is very difficult case because the revenue to forest was very difficult case. Meanwhile, the government collector Devas has already diverted this land from revenue and given to tourism department for other development. And again, I was there in between the government and collector. So finally, day for yesterday, there was a detailed judgment was there. Collector has to take that order back. And now there was a directions to, in coordination with the forest department, the forest will be developed. And that complete area has to be developed as a forest only. And in course of time, no trees will be cut. So this was yesterday, 31st October judgment. So as an environmentalist, I have been also contesting for these kind of cases for conservation and protection of area, especially forest.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with this, we have come to the concluding remark by the chair. So I request Professor Dr. Ranita Naga for the concluding remark.
Thank you, Abhishek. Respected panelists on the dais, Professor Kondia, Dr. Anupama, Srivastav sir, and Singh sir. Very respected Professor Birpal sir, Professor Dadichi, other professors, senior professors on board, Dr. Seema. First of all, as knowledge partners of Gujarat National Law University to this very prestigious conference, I submit my huge appreciation and congratulations for the conference. In particular, this particular panel, sustainable development being its core theme, from the perspective of law and economics, integrated within the pathways to Viksit Bharat of 47. Why do we need the appreciation? Why do we congratulate ourselves? Because we are at a very, very interesting time. Our panelists, starting from Professor Kondia, reflected on the importance of these times. He spoke from the studies and the reports of Oxfam. He showed us the drastic levels of inequality, the drastic levels of climate change, very, very important concerns that face us. And let me tell you, young students and dear learners, that this will not confront us so much as it's going to confront you. This is a problem squarely that you are besotted with, and we need very, very serious deliberation from your side. This is not just theory. Sir showed us the fumes, and those fumes are going to have already reached our lungs and is going to reach in a more intensive way. So I think we all have a huge stake in what is being discussed. I'll move on to what Professor Anupama told us about. So gender equality, I don't know which issue of SDG should I place above the other. I mean, should we place the gender issue as being extremely concerning, or should we look at the Oxfam report that came from Professor Kondia? Or what Mr. Srivastav told us with regard to, sustainability and environment, and the question that was raised by our leading scholar in law and economics, Dr. Thakkar, who asked this question that where is this 47 development going to come from, if not by consuming all the natural resources that we have, which that is the only resource that India seems to have. And to bring all of these very, very important concerns together from the ambit of law and economics, what does it bring to, in terms of solutions? What does it bring to you, the young students, learners, paper presenters, to be working on, to be thinking on, to be giving policy directives? What would that be from a law and economics perspective? So let me try and, put it in a few words. Again, taking from the immense collective knowledge that we have been through the last of yesterday, the whole day of yesterday and of today, bringing it all together, a law and economics perspective would tell us this. We know what is the role of the state and what is the role of the private market. I think that's the central concern. We also know that it has evolved. Whether we talk about gender, it comes from the same perspective. If we talk about inequality, it comes from the same perspective. If we talk about sustainability, it comes from the same perspective. So the role of the state, the role of the market, you start from, where do you want to start from? You want to start from Nobel laureate 2025's work, Joel Mokel's work. Do we want to start from there? Do you want to say that, if you go to 1200, the Chinese, the Asian, and the Muslim regions were way more developed than the Western region was. That's Joel Mokel. In 500 years, something happened. And what was it? It was a great reversal. All of the development shifted to Europe. And the reason for that, given by Professor Mokel, is the codification of knowledge, which builds on to the idea of patents, because Europe had patents in in the 15th century, whereas the world across kind of, the other regions only got it in the 19th century. So it's a very interesting interplay of patents, which moves on through the work of Professor Aghion, Philip Aghion, the other recipient of the Nobel. It moves into what? It moves into a very interesting area of law and economics, which is creative destruction. What are we talking about? Centrally, the changing role of the state, but bringing in the idea of technology, taking from the understanding of Schumpeter, who told us this, that, growth in capitalism will necessarily be limited because capital accumulation will meet diminishing returns. So accumulation of capital as understood in capitalism will not lead to growth. Now this is what Philip Aghion has contested and said, you know what? There are two things that are happening, guys, because across this entire debate, what we saw was the role of technology. And we cannot talk about the changing role of the state and the changing role of the market without trying to understand how technology and therefore patents and therefore, most importantly, competition law comes into the picture. Patents and competition is what creative destruction is all about. Under creative destruction, the study has shown, Professor Aghion's study has shown, we've had waves of growth and waves of decline. The highest growth was the growth that was seen in history during the, when electricity was invented. That was the highest, steepest growth. Somehow the internet age saw a growth, but it has tapered off, It has tapered off very significantly. Even with all this talk of AI, we do not see that growth again coming back. So where is the concern? The concern is with regard to employment. The concern is with regard to private investment. It is not happening in the developed sphere, very, very clearly shown in Aghion's work. The reason for that is this. Is it the Schumpeterian idea that is working? Is it the Solos idea that is working? Or is it something new? Now, for you, in your world, in the world of digital technology, this something new is, as stated by Professor Aghion, that the only way capital, the only way technology can sustain development would be by limiting the monopoly that is created through patents. So, very squarely and neatly, he has shown us that this whole age of conglomerates that came about, it was a phase of growth, but that growth was way smaller and not sustained because it led to conglomerates and it led to monopoly. And these monopolies did not lead to innovation, they actually led to entrenching of profits and not allowing startups to come up. And this entry barrier, this access to entry, which is, again, squarely what competition law should do to patent, in the words of law and economics, this is exactly that has been brought forth. And again, there's a classification here also. The classification being that when you are at the frontier of innovation, you tend to do two things. One, entrench that you put in so much of resource and development, of course, but most of the resource development is public, if I may say so, it's mostly public, and then it becomes privatized at a certain point. So two things can happen at the frontier. One is that you entrench it through lobbying, and the second, you get very competitive. So that is the creative destruction that is being spoken about. You become competitive, and very few of those at the frontier remain, and the rest are competed out. And this therefore, a very serious look into patents have to come about. A very serious, I think Biden had started also some form of a re-look at the competition law. This is what the next generation of law and economic studies should be. Yes, we are talking about the role of the state and the private sector, but it's no more the same as that was being done in the 1940s or in the 60s or in the early 2000s. That's not the case. Why? We need to understand this also very clearly brought in this work is this, that The only way this sustainable development can be thought of is by a very, very good mix of the innovative, policies of the US and the socially secure policies of Europe. Because in the US, with all this innovation and all of this that's happening, one work, I'm forgetting the name of the work, is this, that there's this, is the Song of Despair, which says that between 60 to 65, Hispanic young professionals are dying. Because the COVID, which brought in a huge amount of innovation also, but a huge amount of displacement and a huge amount of stress. And very interestingly, all these chapters tell us that this did not happen in Europe because there was a social security. So role of state and private sector has been relooked and rethought in terms of its industrial policy. We cannot have any more the state champions, few state champions and so on, so that can't happen. The public finance part of the state cannot only be taxation, cannot only be subsidy spending or transfer spending. It also has to be with regard to how do you keep innovations alive during market crisis, because all this sustainability, whether it's forest or climate and all of this, will need this sustained understanding of technology. So that part also has to come under, the idea of public, state finance. So industrial policy, state finance, innovations, startups, entrenching, not allowing entrenchment through way more competition, rethinking the patent also in a more conducive manner. These are the insights of the day. Huge emphasis on education. This is for all of you. Education, skilling, reskilling. So, examples of Switzerland and Denmark have been brought out, wherein huge amount of investment for schooling, but not the schooling of, how can we talk of AI and things like that and then think of such roles of the state as, providing primary education? The example given there is this. If technology creates displacement, it will, that is creative destruction. It will create, and we cannot say no to technology. There are so many positive, outcomes of technology if the business model is different. The problem is the business model, not the technology. So if there is retrenchment, if you're out of jobs, 90% of your salary is reached to you. I know it is far off. India, we can't think about that. But then those are models we can look at and aspire from. You're retrained. You're retrained so that you don't have this, what do you call that, this contestation to technology, but you have an acceptance of technology. Given its social dimensions, not necessarily the commercial and business dimensions. So let's not talk about technology only from the business and profitable dimensions. Let's give it its social context, right? And let's not be apprehensive of technology, but let it come through what these works call flex security. It's called flex security. Again, it's not security of the then state, old times where if you're doing nothing, you're getting unemployed benefits and, it's kind of underutilization of, state resources. There's a lot of talk about that also. No, not necessarily that. But definitely if you're ready to be retrained, if you're ready to be in the employment market, so on and so forth, these are how the policies need to be reframed, and these are how laws need to, keep pace with these requirements of creative destructions of the time. You will need a very dynamic law to look at creative destruction. I think if that's all, I'll once again render my deep appreciation to this very, very enriched panel. I will also give my special thanks to these scholars of law and economics that I see in front of me, starting from Dr. Thakur, Dr. Utkarsh, Dr. Seema, where's Dr. Isha, Advocate Kushal, pioneering in this subject, both from the practice point of view and from the academics point of view. Our seniors present here who are supporting us with those words, and a huge note of thank you once again. And lot of best wishes to all of you, young people. You have a new world to, navigate. And therefore, you need all the instruments of knowledge, whether they're from law or economics or psychology, so that you really have, the well-being that we are talking about, and in particular, see, our generation, we were talking about physical well-being. Your generation, we are talking about physical well-being plus mental well-being, right? And I understand your confusion because your question should be, you should ask, ma'am, you are talking about sustainable development when for the last 5 years you had wars going. That would be a good question to look at. On that note, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Mr. S.B. Singh for the concluding remark.
Good morning. My esteemed co-panelists have made a wonderful presentation on different aspects of SGD. Madam has shared everything and presented in a very concise way what has been the major findings or issues in the presentations. Now, I will briefly touch upon two issues. One, what according to me is economics, because I'm also at the intersection of law and economics being a banker. And another, what law is for me. Basically, economics is what provides you entrepreneurship premium. Anything, if you are getting in the market, it is because of your entrepreneurship, and the market premium, what is determined by the market forces. And what law says, that these premiums should not be exorbitant. Otherwise, social disharmony will come into picture. Therefore, to maintain the social order and the social harmony, law comes into picture. Madam Rawat is also the professor of economics. Look, and more interestingly, she has moved to the policy forum of the government. So she will vouch for it, that wherever you are going in for these things, so if a balance has to be maintained on entrepreneurship premium and the social harmony, entrepreneurship premium is also generated from two aspects. One, what Srivastava has rightly pointed out as being the council of the state also, that natural resources are there. These natural resources are the property of the state. They cannot be owned individually. Since they are the property of the state, so whatever development or the premium you are getting because of the utilization of those natural resources, that has to be shared equally with the society. It can be in the form of taxes, it can be in the form of lease rents, or other social obligations which government tries to impose because of that. But major aspect of the development is coming through the individual patents also. Because of those what Madam Nagar has told about that. So if those things are coming individual patents, then there has to be proper premium paid to them. Those individuals, if you are not going to pay those premiums to the individuals, what will happen? Their initiative and creativity, that will be crushed. Now, if I link it to the economics, the two theories of economics, one was the laissez-faire. If my memory serves me correctly, it was by Adam Smith, known as the father of the modern economics. He has propounded that theory that if every individual is allowed to maximize his own benefit, overall societal benefit will be maximum. But it was on the presumption that it will have trickle-down effect. Whatever the benefits are going, they will pass on to the less privileged people of the society. But unfortunately, that has not happened. And same has been the case with taxation also, because we thought that because of the taxation, of direct taxation, so many higher rates were there. Because initially what has happened, the benefit of development that was concentrated among few entrepreneurs or few capitalists, therefore government raised very steep taxes. But later on it came to the realization that keeping so high rate of taxes, it is a burden on the creativity and entrepreneurship. Therefore, the lower levels of taxation were also being adopted. So second thing what came in the form of the Pareto theory of optimization of social welfare. So that was the recent theory on which majority of the governments, they are working. We don't have to think in terms of the individual maximization. of entrepreneurship of the gains, it has to be constituted in terms of the social welfare, where social welfare is maximized, therefore come into the play of various rules and regulations of that. And I don't know whether by default or by design, these sustainable development goals have been set. First goal is regarding reducing poverty, or no poverty, you can call it. Second goal is no hunger. And if my memory serves me correctly, 10th is reducing inequality. So why hunger has not been the first one, if you look from that perspective? Because the major problem is the hunger. But we have taken it on the second. First is poverty. Until and unless wealth is there, how you are going to achieve those objectives? So wealth has to be created, and wealth will come through entrepreneurship. Once entrepreneurship is there, then we can think of participating with the wealth that has to be participated with the society. So from the policy perspective, I think there are 3 issues which governments are actively following up also. One is bottom-up approach, second is top-down approach, and third is the social good provision. Bottom-up approach means minimum basic necessities, they have to be provided to the people on the bottom. It can be, if you think in terms of the employment, it can be minimum social security measures by the industries. In terms of labor, it can be minimum wages. From top down, everybody who is getting more than what is required for him or beyond that, we have direct and indirect taxations. No doubt indirect taxations. Ultimately, the impact is on the users, but still some impacts are there on the industries also. Corporation tax is there. These are some of the measures through which government can do that. And specific sometimes provisions are there, levies are there. That is also top-down approach. But the most important that will come, I think Madam Rawat was referring to that only, the social good provision, quality education. Until unless you provide the quality education, madam, whatever you may call it about the gender inequality, that is what bound to be there. The first liberating force that is on the earth, that is your education. Until unless you have the education, then right to work. And after all those things you get it. Because majority of the incidences which are happening in the society, they are because of we don't have education, we don't have economic independence. Because of those things are coming up. So therefore, through social goods, through bottom-up approach and through top-down approach, we have to provide such a society where everybody is met with the basic needs. Therefore, we can be in a position or move forwards to achieving sustainable economic goals. I thank the university for organizing such a wonderful conference and inviting me. Thank you very much.
Greetings to all. On behalf of the Center for Law and Economics, in collaboration with the Center for Tribal Studies and Research, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who made this panel discussion a grand success. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our esteemed chairs, Mr. S.B. Singh, Professor Dr. Ranita Nagar, and our esteemed panelists, Professor Dr. Kondaya Jonalgadda, Mr. Om Shankar Srivastav, Professor Dr. Anupama Rawat, for sharing the valuable insights and enriching discussions that truly deepened our understanding of the intersection between law and economics. I would also like to acknowledge and thank our respected faculty members, Professor Dr. Birpal Singh, Dr. Padma Singh, Dr. Seema Srivastav, Dr. Pooja Kiawat, Ms. Sabhagya Bhattkaria, and Mr. Abhishek Negi, for their constant support in making this discussion possible. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who contributed to the vibrancy of this session with their research and engagement throughout. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful day ahead. We'll be having a 15 minutes tea break, and then we shall be resuming with the technical sessions ahead.
Greetings everyone. Welcome to Technical Session 3. The theme of this session is strengthening growth through legal reforms, private-public partnerships, empowerment and infrastructure development. First of all, I would like to introduce the chairs for this technical session. Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar Yadav. Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar Yadav serves as a distinguished professor and Dean of Postgraduate Studies at National Law Institute University, Bhopal, where he also holds the responsibility of faculty in charge for examinations. With a robust academic background, he brings 14 years of dedicated teaching experience in legal education, underscoring both his institutional commitments and scholarly depth. Professor Yadav's work at NLIU is distinguished by his oversight of postgraduate legal programs, examination systems, and academic administration, functions critical to advancing the university's research-led agenda and elevating academic standards. In this leadership role, he facilitates rigorous scholarships, supports emerging researchers, and contributes to the university's broader mission of producing legal and astute, ethnically grounded practitioners. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Beelpal sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar Yadav. Now, I would like to introduce the second chair for this technical session, Mr. Utkarsh Kumar Mishra. Dr. Mishra is an assistant professor of law at Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur, where he also serves as the director for Center for Studies in International Trade and Investment Law. He has held this role since the university's inception in 2018. He holds a BA Economics and LLB honors from National Law University, Odisha, followed by an LLM in International Trade and International Investment Laws from National Law University, Jodhpur, where he secured the Nani A. Palkiwala Memorial Gold Medal and the Milan Kumar Banerjee Gold Medal for postgraduate academic excellence. He has qualified for the UGC NET for law and is currently pursuing his PhD at Nalsa University of Law, Hyderabad, focusing on international trade laws. Before his current academic appointment, Dr. Mishra has also worked as a teaching associate at Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Shimla, and as research associate at CUTS International, Jaipur. During the 2021-22 academic session, he served on deputation as Assistant Registrar at the Center for Research and Planning under the Secretariat of Chief Justice of India, Supreme Court of India, where he executed multiple high-level research projects and assignments. His teaching and research interests include international trade law, international investment law, public policy, comparative judicial reforms. Under his leadership at CITIL, DNLU, has hosted major initiatives such as WTO Chair Program events and a double credit course on international investment laws, co-organized with the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Now, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Ramdas Perumal, to facilitate Mr. Utkarsh Kumar Mishra. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Ramdas Perumal, who is the moderator for this session. Dr. Ramdas Perumal serves as an assistant professor of law, bringing a strong academic and research background to his role. He holds a PhD in international law from Jawaharlal Nehru University, along with an MPhil and Master of Laws from reputed institutions. Recipient of the National Award of Excellence, Dr. Perumal has also qualified the National Eligibility Test and earned scholarship from the Hague Academy of International Law and the Xiamen Academy of International Law. An expert in international law, he has served as a panel judge at various moot court competitions, contributing to legal education effectively. Now, I would request the judges to be seated, and I would like to invite Dr. Perumal to take over the stage.
Thank you, Dhruv. Hello, hello.
Check, check. Check, 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 check one, check.
अपन स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। मैम कितने बजे स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं? कितने बजे स्टार्ट? Everyone, please settle down. Students, all of you, please settle down. एक बार देख ले मुझे याद नहीं। I request everyone to please settle down. I request everyone to please settle down. We'll start. Volunteers, please settle down. Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Pooja Kiawat, Assistant Professor and Coordinator of this international conference, extend a warm welcome to all present here at the valedictory ceremony of the International Conference on Synergies of Law and Economics, Pathways to Viksit Bharat 2047. This two-day conference has been a confluence of ideas, perspectives, and insights on how law and economics can work hand in hand to shape India's journey towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. On behalf of NLIU Bhopal and Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, learned professors, research scholars, and students joining us here today. But most of all, we extend our warmest gratitude to each of our distinguished dignitaries for gracing us with their presence this evening. May I invite our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. S. Suryaprakash, Sir, to kindly extend a floral welcome and present a memento to the Chief Guest, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, ACS, General Administration Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. May I request Vice Chancellor, Sir, to do the honors of presenting a plant and as a token of welcome and a memento to guest of honor, Mr. S.B. Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank. May I request Dr. Seema Srivastav, convener of the conference, to extend a gesture of welcome by presenting a bouquet and memento to special guest Professor Dr. M. Prasad Rao, former head, Department of Economics, Andhra University. May I request Professor Dr. Birpal Singh, Sir, to do the honors of presenting a floral token of welcome and memento to special guest Mr. Rishi Garg, CEO, MP Rajniti Ayog. He's not here. Okay. Okay. May I request, Sir, to extend a floral welcome to Dr. Seema Srivastav, to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Sorry, sir.
Sir to sir. Okay, Pooja.
May I request Ms. Saubhagya Bhattkaria, coordinator of the conference, to extend a floral welcome to Professor Dr. Birpal Singh, sir. Thank you. May I request Mr. Abhishek Singh Negi, coordinator of the conference, to kindly extend a floral welcome and present memento to Dr. Seema Srivastava, ma'am. I would also like to invite our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Stefan McClone, Professor of Dalhousie University. Has Sir joined us online? Yes. Sir is a professor at Dalhousie University, School of Public Administration and Faculty of Management. Sir has joined us virtually, and we take this moment to extend our warmest welcome. We are truly delighted, sir, that you could join, and we appreciate your presence at our conference. Thank you, sir. To formally commence the session, it is my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Veerpal Singh, sir, co-patron of this conference. Professor Singh is a distinguished academic with over 25 years of teaching and research experience. With postgraduate degree in anthropology and sociology, his research has delved deeply into socio-cultural transformations among tribal communities, exemplified by his doctrinal work on the Tharu tribe of Uttar Pradesh. Over the years, Professor Singh has contributed to several national and international projects, including the UNDP NLIU Access to Justice project and ICSSR funded studies on customary laws and tribal development and community mediation, an Indian trade knowledge system in resolving disputes by IKS Division of Ministry of Education, Government of India. His fieldwork spans major tribal groups such as Bhilwara, Bhilala, Gond, Bharia, and Tharu communities, underscoring his interdisciplinary focus on law, culture, and social justice. In addition to his role, he has also been in administrative roles. He has been member of Executive Council, Academic Council, internal committees, and NAC Coordination Committee. Professor Singh has coordinated numerous training programs on law related to women and child, and on the Juvenile Justice Act. A prolific scholar, he has authored over 50 research papers in reputed journals such as American Anthropologist, the Eastern Anthropologist, Oriental Anthropology, Indian Journal of Dalit and Tribal Studies, and Social Actions, and published books including Social Inequality and Exclusion of Scheduled Tribes in India, Empowerment of Tribal Women in India, and Affirmative Action, Issues and Perspective. As a resource person and speaker at over 200 academic events, Professor Singh continues to make significant contributions to the field of tribal and customary law, legal anthropology, gender and law and social transformation, with actively engaging in capacity building and public policy discourse. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja Kiawat. Respected dignitaries on the dais, and Professor Dr. Stephen McClone, who has joined through online, faculty members, participants, and dear students. Good evening to all. सभी लोगों को सादर नमस्कार. So this is the second day of the international conference, and now we are here at finale. As already informed yesterday, this is the second edition of Conference on Law and Economics organized by National Law Institute University Bhopal. The first conference which we organized, that is in the year 2023, virtually on the interplay of law and economics in the society and policy making. This is the first on-campus international conference on synergies of law and economics, Pathway to Viksit Bharat, which is being organized by Center for Law and Economics and Center for Tribal Studies and Research at the National Law Institute, University of Bhopal. I here acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed sponsors and knowledge partners whose support has made this conference possible. We are honored to have the government of Madhya Pradesh and Rajniti Ayog as our key collaborators. The premium policy think tank of Government of India, which plays a pivotal role in catalyzing economic development and fostering cooperative federalism through proactive state government involvement. Among our distinguished knowledge partners is the Genuine Center for Law and Economics, recognized for scholarly excellence and impact. They extended their support for this conference and offered the prestigious GNLU, Journal of Law and Economics, a Scopus indexed publication to the best research paper presented in this conference. We also gratefully acknowledge SSC Online, a leading platform in digital education and exam preparation, whose support enriches the academic engagement of this conference. We also thank Dilip Bildkan, a pioneer in infrastructure development and public-private partnerships, embodying practical strides towards India's infrastructural growth. We also thank Erudite Legal, a Delhi-based law firm renowned for its commitment to legal excellence and reform. Together, these organizations form the backbone of this conference success. Their diverse strengths and shared vision empower us to explore innovative synergies between law and economics that will pave the way for a resilient and progressive India. Thank you all for your invaluable support. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. May I now introduce Dr. Seema Srivastav, convener of this international conference. Dr. Srivastav is currently serving as Assistant Professor of Economics and is chairperson of the Center of Law and Economics at NLIU Bhopal. With over 15 years of teaching experience across prestigious institutions, she brings expertise in law and economics, public policy, regional development, and gender budgeting. She holds a PhD in economics and has a strong research background with multiple publications in UGC Care listed and peer-reviewed journals. Her work explores critical intersection between legal frameworks and economic theory and is actively involved in academic discourse through conferences, workshops, and training programs. Dr. Srivastav has also coordinated certificate courses, seminars, and FDPs on contemporary economic and legal issues. Her recent engagements include contributions to discussions on AI regulation, tribal development, and sustainable governance. She is a member of reputed academic bodies such as Indian Economic Association and Indian Association of Law and Economics. Dr. Srivastav continues to contribute to both scholarship and institutional development, fostering interdisciplinary dialogue in academia and policymaking. I invite ma'am to present the conference report highlighting the key takeaways and outcomes from the past sessions.
Very good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, esteemed guests, respected colleagues, and dear participants. It is a privilege to present the report of International Conference on Synergies of Law and Economics, Pathways to Viksit Bharat 2047, organized by the Center for Law and Economics and the Center for Tribal Studies and Research, the National Law Institute University, in collaboration with the Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog. The conference sought to foster an interdisciplinary dialogue on how legal and economic frameworks must converge to achieve equitable and sustainable national development. The day one began with the inaugural session of the conference with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp by the esteemed dignitaries, including Professor Dr. S. Surya Prakash, Vice Chancellor, the chief guest, Professor Dr. Devinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, National Law University, Sonipat, Professor Dr. Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics, Professor Dr. Avinash Dadish, Founding Director, School of Law, Dhirubhai Ambani University, Professor Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja, Head School of Economics, Devi Ahilya University, Indore, Professor, and then the inaugural session preceded by Professor Dr. Birpal Singh delivering the welcome address, expressing gratitude to Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog, GNLU Center for Law and Economics, SCC Online, Erudite Legal, and further, the session moved further with the address by Professor Dr. Seema Srivastava, outlining the conference theme focusing on the convergence of law and economics. The inaugural address delivered by Professor Dr. S. Suryaprakash underscored the constitutional vision of economic justice. Subsequent address by Professor Thiago Almeida, Professor Dr. Ram Singh, Professor Kanhaiya Ahuja, and Professor Avinash Dadish offered insightful perspective on the intersection of legal frameworks, economic rights, and sustainable growth. The session concluded with the felicitation of GNLU representatives, Dr. Ranita Nagar and Dr. Hitesh Shakkar, as a knowledge partner of the international conference, followed by the vote of thanks by Professor Dr. Padma Singh, Assistant Professor at NLIU. Followed by a panel discussion 1. It explored the synergies of legal and economic frameworks with panelists emphasizing the law and economics and share the common objectives of efficiency and justice. Professor Avinash Dadish connected the success of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana to integrated legal and technological innovation. Professor Dr. Ram Singh concluded the discussion by stressing the need for law and economics to balance justice with societal realities, particularly regarding complex litigation driven by asymmetric information. Session 1 and 2, running parallelly, the session 1 focused on socio-economic disparities with papers analyzing the multidimensional nature of poverty in states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. The presentations highlighted the failure of existing laws to ensure equitable benefit sharing in traditional knowledge, citing the Kolhapur Chappal case, and explored the paradox of high GDP growth coexisting with deep inequality, proposing progressive taxation and robust enforcement of social welfare schemes. Technical 2 addressed sustainable development and governance. Presentations advocated for a shift from compliance-based CSR to outcome-oriented ESG framework in renewable energy, called for bridging the gap between environmental litigation and rapid urban planning, and analyzed the legal and economic implication of central bank's digital currency. The core theme was data-driven sustainability, arguing that analytics are essential for achieving ecological responsibility and economic efficiency. Day 2 began with the panel discussion 2. The theme of the panel discussion was the role of law and economics in achieving sustainable development goals. It reaffirmed the core pillars of the 2030 Agenda. Professor Dr. Kondaiya Jonalagadda linked constitutional visions, Article 38B, with the need to curb emission and reduce the disproportionate economic influence of the wealthiest. Professor Dr. Anupama Rawat presented on gender equality through a capability approach, arguing that gender equality is central to all 17 SDGs. The session concluded with a call to rethink intellectual property right, patent system, SDG 6, sustainable innovation, reinforcing the central message that the synergies of law and economics is indispensable for realizing an inclusive and resilient Viksit Bharat 2047. Technical session 3rd and 4th, running parallelly. Session 3rd concentrated on vulnerability rights and financial inclusion. Key papers address the socio-economic empowerment of tribal communities through leveraging traditional art and ecotourism, alongside the legal and economic analysis of vocational education under NEP 2020 to bridge India's skill gap. Significant discussions centered on systematic exclusion, notably the legal empowerment strategies required to address mining-induced displacement of tribal communities in Chhattisgarh. Furthermore, the session analyzed the exclusion of persons with disability rights for insurance services due to policy failures and reviewed the strategic risk of raising the FDI cap of insurance sector. Technical session 4 focused on the efficacy of corporate and international law mechanism. Presentations analyzed the performance of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, examining how judicial delays hinder recovery, and exploring the complex interplay between the IBC and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Again, technical session 4 and 5 running parallelly. Session 5 focused on India's strategic position in the international economic order. Key papers examine the role of IPR as a tool of economic diplomacy, asserting that India must use its dual identity to balance innovation with accessibility in global trade negotiations. Discussions address the erosion of multi-trade principles under new protectionism, posing the question, strategic autonomy or systemic anarchy, and advocating the systemic adaptation of the WTO framework on the interconnected world. Technical session 4, the presentations critically analyzed arbitration as a mechanism for resolving commercial contractual disputes, exploring its effectiveness as an alternative dispute resolution method. A separate presentation explored the application of behavioral economic principles to judicial processes, specifically examining the quest of scientific uniformity in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are privileged to have amongst us our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. S. Suryaprakash, patron of this conference, a visionary academician, and an inspiring leader who continues to guide NLIU Bhopal towards excellence. With over 3 decades of experience in legal academia, Professor Dr. S. Suryaprakash has played a pivotal role in shaping several premier law institutions in India. Before joining NLIU Bhopal, he served as the Vice Chancellor of DSNLU Vishakhapatnam and as a founding Vice Chancellor of MNLU University, Aurangabad. His leadership has been marked by a strong emphasis on academic reform, research excellence, and institutional development. Sir, may we now request you to deliver your address.
Thank you, Pooja. Good evening to all. As all good things has to come to an end, so the international conference. So I welcome the chief guest for today's program, Sri Sanjay Kumar Shuklaji, ACS General Administration, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Sri S.B. Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank, my friend Professor Prasad Rao, former professor and member of the Finance Committee, Finance Commission or Committee? Commission, okay. Finance Commission, Government of Andhra Pradesh, my friend Professor Birpal Singh, and the person who has been carrying the cross for the last 2-3 months to conduct this program, and chairperson of the Center for Land Economics, Dr. Seema Srivastav, and the faculty members, participants, distinguished guests, and other students. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Seema Srivastav for conducting this wonderful program on land economics. And the synergies of land economics is... अरे और तालियां बजा दो और एक बार So, कंजूसी क्यों? Because the interdisciplinary approach between law and economics, it is not taken very seriously by the academia. And we teach law and also we teach economics, and bringing together law and economics is a good gesture. And I hope that this Center for Law and Economics of NLI Bhopal will conduct many more such programs in future. And coming back to, as this is already a valedictory ceremony, Viksit Bharat 2047, and now we are in the 4th place of the world economies, something around 4.67, and the difference between Japan and India, it is very, very narrow. And when we look at the US, it is $30 trillion. We are only 4.67 or something. And the gap between USA number 1, and it is expected that in the next 5 years we may become number 3. It's okay. But how to the gap? And if I'm right, China is $22 trillion, America $30 trillion, and at the best we may reach and we may cross $5 trillion. And what is the reason? Why America? No doubt, in India, we were thoroughly exploited and plundered by the British. No doubt in it. And how much they have plundered, and some say that it is 45 trillion US dollars, and some say that it is more than 200 trillion dollars. Exactly, we do not know. But we are thoroughly exploited, plundered by the East India Company, and after that, the British government. And here, I would like to put very simple question. Viksit Bharat, mostly in terms of economics, in terms of calculation of wealth, and where wealth is created. Why and how America became the richest country. And Japan, after the Second World War, it was totally destroyed. There was nothing. And like a phoenix, it raised, and it became 50s and 60s as called the miracle economy, with reference to Japan. And my simple question is, which my inquiry is, why America was so rich? And where wealth is created? Is it with skill development programs? Or we have IT, we say that we are the pioneers and we are on the vanguard of the IT industry. We are ruling IT industry, and our IT companies have 3 lakh employees in 32 countries, 36 countries, TCS, Infosys, etc., etc. And undoubtedly, in the service sectors, IT, its share is 20% of the GDP. And when you compare with the IT companies, Apple, IBM, Microsoft, these are also world-leading IT companies. And what is the difference between those companies, the American IT companies and Indian IT companies? And now, I have friends in Hyderabad, my friends are there in IT industry. The IT industry is in turmoil because the new President Trump is not allowing the new projects to be given to India. And H-1B fees, that is 1 lakh US dollars. That means visa fee is, as on today, 88 lakhs. Or the companies are going back to send its employees. So paying 88 lakhs for one employee, it is too much. And now it is, and all our IT employees, they are skill-based employees. And what is the difference between Infosys and Microsoft? Or between Apple and Tech Mahindra? So, our IT companies, just like labor contractors, engage the young IT engineers and paying them starting with 3.5, 4.5. and for years together, C, C++, and Java, and these languages, outsourcing, getting the projects, doing, rearranging the things. We never allowed our IT employees to upgrade, to develop their skills, or to do more research. Microsoft is spending a lot of money on research. Apple is spending more money on research, R&D. And I didn't come across any of our IT companies that are spending on R&D. It is the R&D which is the most important. Today, America, the richest country, at one point of time, 60% of the world's wealth, it was in America in 1960s. It is R&D which will create the wealth. It is the universities and labs which will create the wealth. That is the missing part, I consider. So for all the economists, if you want to make India a Viksit Bharat, there should be more and more investment in R&D, irrespective of the subject. Even it was the economic professors at one point of time has saved the United States from inflation and depression. So research is necessary in the universities, and in this direction, we are trying our best, and the Center for Law and Economics will do more and more research in this area, and only when we concentrate, the research is one of the aspects. I am not saying that only with research, the India will become Viksit Bharat. To create wealth, and let me give you one instance, just I won't take more than 1.5 minutes. America, they are very shrewd people. They have only eternal interest, no eternal values. So, after the Second World War, we heard about Nuremberg trial. They have conducted the trial of Nazis and all the officers, etc., etc. And they identified the scientists, the technocrats, who worked for the missile programs and other technical developments in Germany, Nazi Germany. And America has identified all of them, something around 1,400, 1,600 engineers and scientists, and invited them and gave them very decent appointment and very comfort living, and most of them, it was called as Operation Paperclip. So America, CIA, they executed a program under Operation Paperclip. The book is available in our library. And they took all the Nazi engineers, scientists, and give them very decent employment. When it comes to the question of research, no nationality, no barriers, no boundaries, and America has invited young minds, old minds, and the one statistics professor retired after retiring from India. He went and settled with his children in America. There he got some Rao. Professor C.R. Rao. And he continued his journey as an academician, and at the age of 90, he got the Nobel Prize. He was teaching in American universities. So, Americans, heads off, whatever is the talent, wherever is the talent, they invite. So my underline is that we should concentrate more and more on research. Unless and until we concentrate on research, India can't become a Viksit Bharat. And thank you very much. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. It is now my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Stefan McCullen, Professor, Dalhousie University, School of Public Administration and Faculty of Management, to address the gathering as guest of honor. But before that, I would just read his brief profile. Professor Stefan McCullen is an internationally recognized economist whose work spans economic mobility, labor markets, inequality, and comparative institutional analysis. With a distinguished academic background in economic history and quantitative economics, he has held faculty positions at major universities, including Paris and Montreal, and has delivered seminars such as one on From Schmars to Riches, Intergenerational Mobility of American Jewish Immigrants in Interbellum at BITS Pilani, Hyderabad in 2025. Sir's research integrates rigorous statistical analysis with historical and policy oriented perspectives, exploring how family, culture, institutions, and welfare system shapes economic outcomes across generations. His lectures and publications reflect a commitment to enriching the field of economics by combining scholarly depth with practical insight, particularly in the context of globalization, migration, and labor economics. He is also a sought after speaker and collaborator, engaging with academic institutions, governmental agencies, and research networks around the world. His interdisciplinary approach makes his work specially relevant for students, policymakers, and professionals interested in the intersection of economics, society, and institutional change. Sir, we look forward to listening to you. Sir, are we audible?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay,
Great.
so I'm happy to be invited to this conference. Um, I I just heard the speech before me about investment and the role of investment in a country's prosperity. So, as a transition, I would like to speak just a little bit, very briefly, about my current research, which is about the intergenerational mobility of Jews in the United States at the beginning of the 20th century. So, this group in particular, Jewish immigrants from Central and Eastern Europe, experienced dramatic gains relative to other communities. And one of the questions is why that is. So, after documenting how much more prosperous they were in terms of socioeconomic outcomes, labor markets, choice of sector, we try to explain these mobility patterns. And in particular, we look at investment. So we use old data from the US Census. We do not observe their financial investments, but we observe nevertheless a couple of things. We observe the value of their housing, and we see that the value of their housing when they own a house is higher, but they're less likely to own one, which seems to be a paradox. You might expect that people who do better in life systematically are homeowners, but that's not the case. Although when they own a house, the value of their house is higher, they're less likely to own a house. And in fact, that is also consistent with another pattern, which is that they're more mobile. So they're more mobile within a state, across states, and they're also more likely to move to California. So that means that they're more likely to seek opportunities by migrating. And it makes sense when you have this mindset to not own a house that could tie you down. So that's one of the features that we found, which we believe is new. Another feature is the importance of role models in the community. So in our models, we take into account the parents' characteristics, but in fact, what matters more than parents' characteristics is the characteristics of the community. And that means the importance of role models. If the community around you is successful, then, and that's not true only for the Jewish people who were more successful than the other communities at the beginning of the 20th century in America, but the more successful the community, the more successful the next generation will be. That is something that we also found is quite remarkable in the data, because almost all of the advantage comes from the importance of the role models, which of course does not answer the question for why the previous generation was more successful. It just kicks the can down the road. Okay, so this was just a segue to talk about the role of investment, which I concur wholeheartedly is so important in a country's prosperity. Now, back to law and economics. That's my specialty. I teach law and economics, economic analysis of law. I have done that a couple of times in India. I'm very happy to have done that at BITS Pilani, Bombay campus, and also in Bihar. And it is quite remarkable that I'm invited to teach a course in India about law and economics, although this is a discipline that is not so well regarded in Canada. I mean by that in the United States, law and economics is present in all top law schools, but not so much in Canada. So I hope that India follows the example of the United States and has a specialist in law and economics in every top Indian law school. Now, I'm invited to talk about my research, I suppose. I emphasize causal inference. So to me, it's important to find the causes of things and using the latest methodology. And so I urge all people who study law to also study economics. And I know that this is a deterrent for a lot of people who do not feel quants oriented. And I would say to everybody, there is no need to fear anymore, because the artificial intelligence can be your research assistant. It is not perfect, but anybody now can execute complex codes and without the need to learn all the technicalities. So that opens up new fields of research for everyone who wants to complement their study with an empirical component, who wants to actually pin down causes and effects. There is the technical barrier means that you don't need a PhD anymore. Of course, that helps, but the AI can be your assistant for all of this. And therefore, this is often a blind spot in legal research, the lack of empirical support. The data sets are there. They just beg to be exploited. So please enlarge your vision of the law with economics background, and more rely on AI to supplement the technical expertise. To give you a final word as an example of what can be done, when I was an economics PhD student, I was not thinking in terms of law and economics, but by serendipity, I stumbled upon a topic which basically became my job market paper about the law and economics of marriage and divorce. And to give you a little story of what you can do with economic tools, I was able to answer a paradox, which was that in states that liberalize divorce laws, of course, you basically making divorce easier. You saw an explosion of divorce. Of course, it's easier, so more people take that opportunity. Among all the people who wanted to get a divorce, more people could do so now. So you see an explosion of divorce initially, which is called the pipeline effect, but then a reversal of divorce rates back to what was prevailing before the reforms, and basically converging to the rate existing in those states of the United States that did not implement the reforms. And that was a puzzle and a paradox that people could not explain. So why is it that the rate of divorce in states where divorce is easy become the same as the rate of divorce in states where divorce is still difficult. Of course, over time, over 30 years, all states moved to a more liberalized regime, but there was a period of time, or almost 20 years, where the two regimes coexisted in different states. And yet you could see, after an initial pipeline explosion of divorce after a reform, a convergence. And why is that? Because women became aware of the situation, that divorce was easy, and insured themselves against divorce by picking up better partners. There is no such thing as love marriage, arranged marriage in the United States. Most marriages are love marriage, which are more risky because they can fail. And women, especially in the 1970s and 80s, they decided to take more time to choose a partner, to increase the odds that the marriage will actually work out, to compensate for how much easier it became to divorce. And I could validate that theory by looking at the age at which women got married. And I found that in every state where divorce had been made easier, women started getting married later in life. So this compensation effect is perfectly rational and was predicted by the theory, and it was perfectly validated in the data. And so this marriage of law and economics was my first success, and I never stopped thinking about it. And I hope that it also gives you ideas to go beyond the institutional record and find empirical support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. We now have the privilege of hearing from Mr. S.B. Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank, Chennai, a distinguished professional with a vast experience of financial leadership and economic governance. Sir is an Executive Director of Indian Bank, bringing with him decades of leadership experience in the Indian banking sector. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has held several pivotal positions, including Chief General Manager at Bank of India and Chairman of Aryavart Bank. Under his stewardship, Aryavart Bank emerged as one of the top performing regional rural bank in the country, reflecting his strategic foresight and commitment to inclusive financial growth. His expertise span a wide spectrum of banking operations, encompassing treasury management, trade finance, credit and risk management, international trade, and consumer-centric digital solutions. Renowned for his ability to balance innovation with stability, Mr. Singh has consistently focused on strengthening operational efficiency and enhancing stakeholder value. His leadership philosophy emphasizes accountability, ethical governance, and the use of data-driven strategies to optimize institutional performance. Beyond his professional accomplishments, he is also an author and thoughtful leader. His book, Banker by Chance, Leader by Choice, offers deep insight into leadership, personal growth, and the evolving dynamics of financial sector. Through his writings and mentorship, he continues to inspire a new generation of banking professionals, combining practical wisdom with visionary thinking. Sir, we welcome you to address the gathering.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, participants, students, very good evening to each one of you. This conference is very apt as we are projecting ourselves to be transitioning from developing to developed economy. To me, as a practicing banker, 3 or 4 ideas come to my mind. First is creation of economic wealth. That is basically with the purpose how to shorten this passage from transitional perspective, from developing to developed economy, and what will be the implications of that? These two things have to be put into that perspective. Economic wealth, there are two types of wealth particularly. One is whatever resources are presently available with us. They can be in terms of our human resources or our geographic resources, land resources, water resources, whatever it might be. There is limited scope for changing these geographic resources because they are constrained. The two things which you can do is the human capital, and for augmenting this human capital, we have to provide what Vice Chancellor Sahab has rightly said, research and innovation. Only research and innovation will not suffice. That is an academic perspective. With that, legal perspective has added on to that, that is commercial exploitation by registering them as patents, rights, or intellectual property, whatever it might be called. Therefore, law and economics, they have to work in sync. What we have seen till 75 years of our independence, economic legislations, they have always emanated from the requirement of the economic development. If we are going that way, there will always be a time lag in responding to the needs of the economy for the faster economic development. Therefore, they should coexist, they should emerge as a synchronized ecosystem for providing better conversion effect. Second, I think of sustained development. And by sustained development, I don't want to say only that every year we should grow at the same rate. That is one thing. But we should not borrow from our future generations beyond an limit. Exploitation of natural resources comes in that way. Therefore, there should be proper utilization of natural resources, and for that, we have very good laws, whether it is related to pollution, forests, water management, those things are already in place. So that has also to be aligned with the emerging requirements of the economy, with the perspective that there should not be a dent on our present economic growth, at the same time promising the opportunities for the future generations. How to come up with that? Because if you see, entrepreneurship is not the cup of tea for everybody. The same idea developed, put into practice, went into commercialization also, but failed. But 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, the same project flourishes. So you should have resources for that. You should have systemic support for managing that, because if you see the entire startup culture, only 4 to 5% are successful. Other 95% within a passage of 3 to 5 years, or other 50 to 60%, they extend in 1 year's time. So until unless we provide them the resources, the entrepreneurship, these things will not come up. And these are the ideas which generate enormous wealth. And that is the difference. What is being thought of are IT giants and the global IT giants. What VC was referring to, it is because of the innovative capabilities. What we do, we are more, if we talk of the IT system, we are more in the segment of providing support services. So if you are providing the support services, you will be paid the wages of a laborer. But if you are innovating, you will be paid the wages of an entrepreneurship, rewards of the entrepreneurship, which are beyond the human imagination. 20 years back, whatever you have thought of that this product can be of this value, down the line 5 years, 10 years, you see enormous value in that. And the political will to commercialize that. One simple example, if you see, we were passing through the phase of electricity crisis, we can call it the crisis also, because majority of the urban centers, they were also not getting the light for more than 6 or 7 or 10 hours, depending on the category of the district. State capitals were getting that. One idea, simple use of lead bulbs. It reduces your consumption by close to 15 times. Nobody was using less than 60 to 100 watts. And now nobody using more than 8 to 10 watt. How much times if you see the difference? So one thing is creating that research, then commercializing, and the political will to implement that, because we are a developing economy. Here state also has the equal responsibility of popularizing those measures which are at least in the sphere of public welfare. What strategy or economics and law converge over here? Two things we can see clearly. One is bottom-up approach. Those who are behind the pyramid, they must be supported. And for that purpose, whether it is you can call scholarships, you can call direct benefit, you can call food subsidy, all those things are part and parcel of that. Where to get resources for those things, it is top-down approach. Those who are earning more, they must be taxed either through the direct taxation, indirect taxation, or through other levies on the industrial development, use of land resources, use of minerals. All those things, whether in the form of licenses or taxes, they have to be there. And if we want to have long-term economic development or the perspective of development, creation of social goods, which are of long-term uses, they must be with the governments. And in those, 2 or 3 I will like to mention what are the major issues. One is education, quality education. Another one is medical facilities. Third one is legal framework, where we not only get the justice, we get justice in time and in economical manner also. Therefore, this conference will go a long way in providing a systematic framework, or what we can call it, ecosystem of growth, which can take us towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We now have the privilege of hearing from Professor Dr. M. Prasad Rao, former head, Department of Economics, Andhra University, a revered academician whose contributions have greatly enriched the field of economic education in India. Sir has MA, BL, PGDAS, and PhD, and is a distinguished professor of Department of Economics. His illustrious career, marked by excellence in teaching and research, has made significant contributions in the field of economic and higher education. So may I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Surya Prakash Ji, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, particularly today's chief guest, Sri Sanjay Kumar Shukla Ji, ACS, Central Administration Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Sri S.B. Singh Ji and Professor Stephen McClellan Ji and Dr. Srima Srivatsa Ji, Professor Birpal Singh Ji and Dr. Pooja Singh Ji, other distinguished dignitaries, students, scholars, staff, policy makers, and media, particularly both electronic and print media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a proud privilege to participate in this very important international conference on synergies of law and economics, pathways, Viksit Bharat, development nation 2047. In this valedictory session, we are all participating. I'm grateful to the Center for Law and Economics and the Center for Tribal Studies and Research, National Law Institute, University, for organizing such a wonderful conference, international conference. After participating in all the deliberations for the last 2 days and all the sessions, including panel discussions, I'm pretty sure with this conference, using the combined power of legal systems and economic policies to help India become a developed nation by 2047, 100 years of independence. And I'm also pretty sure it is possible aligning legal reforms and economic strategies to build a prosperous, fair, and equitable developed India by 2047. Everybody saw all the speakers, they were talking about developed nation by 2047 and talking about the world economy, Indian economy, comparing with other countries. Where we know where we are, and with the, say, between 4 to 5 trillion economy. And we are aspiring 30 trillion economy by 2047. It is a long way. And, but this aspiration must be fulfilled because 8.15 trillion people in this world and 145 crores of people in this world. And the economy is going 7 to 8%. And this 7 to 8% is not at all helpful to aspire India 2047. We required more and more. And all these speakers talking about developing nations, why? Say, developing India, why? Because our concentration is a younger population. This country is having 550 million younger population between the age group 18 to 24. And this population is important. So only when you are able to achieve demographic dividend, when you are able to convert these masses into human resources, that is the idea. And particularly, say, we believe, we seniors, we believe the nations built on the sacrifices of the people. And you take any nation, you take any society, and Sir Prakash Sir just mentioned about Japanese, Second World War. So how people sacrificed in the Second World War. They built their nation with a zero, and that is the greatest thing about the people, and that is the determination, that is the tenacity of the people. And particularly, we are talking about the alignment between economics and law. This is not the new concept. And in fact, in the 18th century, mid-18th century, Adam Smith, in his wonderful work, 1776, so the Wealth of Nations, say, an inquiry into the nature and cause of wealth of nations. Say, he has mentioned all these things, particularly the law and economics relationship. And also, all the classical economists, David Ricardo and others, also talked about this relationship. And even today, we are talking about this relationship. This is a very important aspect. And why we are aspiring the developed nation? So, there is a specific purpose. And a developed India aims to play a more significant role on the global stage. This is the idea. Because the SARS also mentioned about research and development. And so there is a lot of role particularly has to play in this aspect. And contributing to international peace. Where is the peace? Look at the world and look at the history. And we are supposed to play to acquire peace. And also the most important thing is trade and diplomacy and helping the shape global policies. The global policies are not in favor of developing countries. At the moment, they are in favor of developed nations. So we are supposed to shape these policies. That is why India wants to be a global and a developed nation by 2047. In the issues like climate change, technology, and security. Where is the security? And we are supposed to say this a small economy, say 7% growth, we are supposed to feed the millions of the population, 145 crores of people in this country. So how it is possible? That is the biggest question for nation. And that is why, say, in the coming days, say, the most important, your university organizing a wonderful conference in this direction. Particularly, we are trying to establish the law, the link, the connection between law and economics. And so this is a very, very important aspect. In the coming days, the universities, particularly the idea, say, it starts from this university, I think. So all the educational institutions in the country are supposed to play a significant role in this direction, so that the entire nation will think of, will come to you and look at you, and so that they will inspire, they get the inspiration from you, and so that India will be a prosperous country. And by looking at these two important subjects, the behavior of people and the welfare of the people. Welfare of the people is associated with the what we call the the purchasing power. That is important. So when we think all these things, when we play as a national law institute, university, students, faculty, and others in the forefront to play a crucial role in the coming years, so that India will become a developed nation. Viksit Bharat 2047. That is that. Madam Smith told one important thing. Say, the development comes, say, with the self-interest. People must have self-interest. Then only, say, the development takes. I must develop first. My family develop first, and my village develop first, and like that, the nation develop first. And then only we can think about the global economy. And in the coming years, the India definitely is going to play a crucial role in achieving, in the demographic dividend, in achieving the most significant $30 trillion and 18,000 to 20,000 per capita income. That is the ambition, that is the idea. I'm pretty sure all of you, all of us should participate in this crucial role. And taking this inspiration from this seminar. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now introduce our chief guest for the valedictory ceremony, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Additional Chief Secretary, General Administration Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Sir is a senior civil servant from the 1994 batch of IAS, Madhya Pradesh cadre. He holds an engineering degree from IIT Roorkee and a postgraduate diploma in industrial engineering from IIM Mumbai. Over his distinguished career, Sir has held multiple high-level administrative positions in the government of Madhya Pradesh. He served as PS to Chief Minister, and in November 2024, he was appointed PS of Urban Development Department. His earlier appointments include leadership roles in Women and Child Development Department, Industry Policy and Investment Promotion. Sir, sure. So it's an honor to have you with us. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja Kiawat ji. Prasad Rao sir, if you are comfortable, can I speak in Hindi?
No problem, sir.
Thank you, sir. इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड लॉ एंड इकोनॉमिक्स के इस वैलिडिक्टरी फंक्शन में हमारे बीच और मंच पर आई थिंक इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ डॉक्टर स्टीफेन मैकहॉलन somebody will have to maybe later translate to him what I said. But so मंच पर बैठे हुए डॉक्टर we start from chairman sahab, director sahab, then Sur Prakash ji, then Prasad Rao sahab, SB Singh sahab, Birpal Singh sahab, Madam Seema Srivastava ji, some other faculty I can see in front of me, सभी यहाँ के स्टूडेंट, कुछ लोग शायद बाहर से भी आए हैं जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट किया है, तो सभी ऐसे ही जितने भी लोग आए हैं पार्टिसिपेंट्स, देवियों सज्जनों। तो सबसे पहले NLIU की मैं प्रशंसा करना चाहूँगा और जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र हैं उनकी मैं प्रशंसा करना चाहूँगा कि आपने एक बहुत ही रेलेवेंट, एक बहुत ही उपयोगी टॉपिक पे ये कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है और सही समय पर किया है, क्योंकि जब देश एक बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है तो हम दूसरे देशों की गलतियों से सीखते हुए और अपने देश के जो हमारा स्ट्रक्चर है, जो नेचर है, जो डाइवर्सिटी है, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हम बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था तो बने पर फ्री ऑफ ऑल द इल्स। तो इसके लिए जो देश के लीगल माइंड हैं, जिनमें आप सब लोग सम्मिलित हैं, और आप जहाँ भी रहेंगे आप में से कुछ लोग जज बन जाएंगे, कुछ लोग मजिस्ट्रेट बनेंगे, कुछ प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, कुछ लॉ फॉर्म्स में रहेंगे, कुछ कॉरपोरेट हाउसेस में बन जाएंगे, क्योंकि मेरे घर के भी कुछ बच्चे हैं तो मुझे पता है ये सब 6, 7, 8 स्ट्रीम में आप लोग जाते हैं। आप जहाँ भी रहेंगे प्लीज़ रिमेंबर द लार्जर पिक्चर। हम लोग हमेशा बहुत ये गलती करते हैं कि हम जिस काम में रहते हैं हमको केवल वही दिखता है, हम थोड़ा उसका बड़ा पिक्चर एक मन में जो रखना चाहिए वो भूल जाते हैं कई बार। सो प्लीज़ रिमेंबर टू ऑलवेज हैव द लार्जर पिक्चर इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू, कि आपकी आंखें खुली हों या बंद हों, वो पिक्चर आपको दिखना चाहिए कि हम एक अच्छे देश के अच्छे नागरिक हैं और हमें एक विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था भी बननी है।
आज और कल और आज के इस सेशन में करीब 40 पेपर प्रेजेंट किए गए, ऐसा मुझे पता चला है। सो बहुत अच्छी बात है, ये बहुत खुशी की बात है कि बच्चों ने मेहनत की, बनाया, पढ़ा, स्टडी किया और हम सब इस प्रोसेस से गुजरे हैं। तो आप समझते हैं कि एक भी पेपर बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस लगते हैं, एक आध दर्जन पेज की तो बिब्लियोग्राफी हो जाती है उसकी, जब आप जहाँ जहाँ से कोट करते हैं उसका एक लॉजिक होना चाहिए, एक उसमें चेन होनी चाहिए, तब जाके वो मीनिंगफुल बनता है पेपर वो। तो आप सभी लोगों को उसकी भी बधाई। मैं केवल 10 मिनट लूँगा, कुछ फोकस्ड 2-4 बातें रखना चाहूँगा आपके सामने। आप लोगों ने सबने सुना होगा, पढ़ भी लिया होगा आप तो कौटिल्य के नाम से एक किताब है अर्थशास्त्र। तो उसका नाम क्या है? अर्थशास्त्र। अर्थशास्त्र को अभी कहाँ पढ़ाया जाता है यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में? सब में इकोनॉमिक्स करके पढ़ाया जाता है। सर, यू आर ए प्रोफेसर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, सो इकोनॉमिक्स इज टॉट इन ऑल द इंडियन, नॉर्थ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज एज ए सब्जेक्ट नोन एज अर्थशास्त्र। बट कौटिल्य ने जो किताब लिखी है उसमें कितना इकोनॉमिक्स है और कितना अदर देन इकोनॉमिक्स है, ये आपको आइडिया है अच्छी तरह से? 80 to 90% उसमें इकोनॉमिक्स नहीं है। इट इज़ लॉ, पॉलिसी मेकिंग, इवन क्रिमिनल जस्टिस, स्टेट्समैनशिप, ब्रॉडर सोशल पॉलिसी एंड सो ऑन एंड ऑन एंड ऑन। तो फिर उसका नाम अर्थशास्त्र क्यों है अगर उसमें इकोनॉमिक्स बहुत ही कम है? क्योंकि ये दोनों सब चीज़ें आपस में मिली हुई हैं, ये समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे एज ए पर्सन, एज ए इंसान, वी हैव वन बैकबोन, हम सब के पीछे पीठ में एक रीढ़ की हड्डी होती है। सोसाइटी हैज़ 2 बैकबोन्स, लॉ, लीगल एंड फाइनेंशियल, इकोनॉमिक्स। ये 2 बैकबोन से सोसाइटी बनती है। एक बैकबोन से शरीर बनता है, वर्टिब्रा, वर्टिब्रेट, इनवर्टिब्रेट, बच्चों ने पढ़ा जाता है वो। तो सोसाइटी के 2 बैकबोन होते हैं, लॉ एंड इकोनॉमिक्स। इकोनॉमिक्स एज इट इज़ नोन टुडे, आज हम जैसा पढ़ते हैं। तो प्लीज़ कीप दिस ऑल्सो इन माइंड कि आप जिस क्षेत्र में आ गए हैं और मोस्ट लाइकली आप इसमें आगे कंटिन्यू करेंगे, तो आप उस आधा बैकबोन आपका है समाज का। जो एसबी सिंह साहब जिस स्ट्रीम से आए हैं, बैंकिंग, फाइनेंस, पूरी कॉरपोरेट की दुनिया, वो दूसरा आधा बैकबोन है, फाइनेंस। इन दोनों के मजबूत रहने से कोई भी सोसाइटी मजबूत रहती है। तो ये है लार्जर पिक्चर कि आप उस सेक्टर में मजबूती से काम करेंगे, तब हम जाके एज ए डेवलप्ड कंट्री हम आगे बन पाएंगे। तो कभी हमारे यहाँ जब शुरुआत हुई आज़ादी के बाद, बाय द वे आप में से कितने लोगों को पता है, अंदाज है कि 1947 में हमारा जीडीपी का साइज़ क्या था? आज तो हम 4.5 ट्रिलियन कहते हैं अपने आप को, हो गए हैं। व्हाट वाज द साइज ऑफ आवर जीडीपी इन 1947? कोई गेस करेंगे? बताओ बेटा। बिलियन में करेंगे तो कितना होगा? अच्छा, वो ऐसे थोड़ा सा ऑफ द मार्क है, बट और कोई हो तो बताएं। सो देयर इज ए कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ कांस्टेंट प्राइसेस, करंट प्राइसेस, नॉमिनल, वो सब मैं डिटेलिंग में नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। बट अगर हम नॉर्मेटिव तरीके से बात करें, इट वाज ओनली 10 बिलियन। 10 बिलियन को 1 ट्रिलियन बनने में 100 गुना बढ़ना पड़ता है। 100 टाइम्स जब वो ग्रो होता है, देन 10 बिलियंस बिकम 1 ट्रिलियन। अभी हम 4.5 ट्रिलियन पे हैं। हम लोग लगभग हर साल 1 ट्रिलियन जीडीपी ऐड करेंगे। इसलिए कर पाएंगे क्योंकि जब देश आज़ाद हुआ था तो 10% लोग भी नहीं थे जो एजुकेशन, स्किल और सब कुछ मिला जुला के अर्न करने की और कुछ क्रिएट, वैल्यू ऐड करने की कैपेसिटी रखते थे। अब वो हमारी संख्या 50% के आसपास है और ये बढ़ के अभी 70 होगी, 75 होगी, 80 होगी। और आप जैसे ब्राइट लोग और जुड़ेंगे इसमें, तो हमारी जो ऐड करने की कैपेसिटी है 1 से 1.5 ट्रिलियन, 2 ट्रिलियन पर ईयर हो गया अगले कुछ सालों में। नीति आयोग एक कभी डॉक्यूमेंट बना रहा है, उसका नाम है, आप गूगल करके पढ़िएगा, सिटीज़ एज ग्रोथ हब्स। तो उन्होंने 4 डिफरेंट तरह के एरिया लिए। एक सूरत लिया, वाराणसी, विशाखापट्टनम और बॉम्बे, और ये देखा कि ये ज़िले या ये जो शहर हैं और इनके 50, 60, 100 किलोमीटर का एक ब्रॉड जो इन्फ्लुएंस, हर शहर के आसपास का एक एरिया होता है जो पेरी अर्बन, अर्बन जैसा एक स्ट्रॉन्ग इकोनॉमिक सेंटर बनता है। इसका निकाला तो देखा कि ऐसे एक एक जोन जो हैं वो अगले कुछ सालों में 1 ट्रिलियन, 2 ट्रिलियन पे पहुंचने की क्षमता रखते हैं। तो जैसे सूरत का उन्होंने निकाला, सूरत एलोन विल कंट्रीब्यूट अबाउट 1 ट्रिलियन इकॉनमी, एंड इसी तरह से अभी हमने उनसे एग्रीमेंट किया है, अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले, मतलब अभी 22-23 अक्टूबर को किया है हमने एग्रीमेंट उनसे, इंदौर और भोपाल का वो सिटीज एज ग्रोथ हब्स में वो ले रहे हैं, जिसमें वो बहुत सारे जो एडवांस फोरकास्टिंग टेक्निक्स हैं और जो इकोनोमेट्रिक्स के बहुत सारे प्रिंसिपल्स हैं उनको यूज करके कुछ एक्सपर्ट लगा के और हम आकलन करेंगे कि कितना होगा। एज ए स्टेट मध्य प्रदेश ने कल हमने अपना विजन डॉक्यूमेंट लॉन्च किया, आपने आज पेपर में पढ़ा होगा या नेट पे देखा होगा या कहीं आपके मोबाइल पे कुछ आया होगा। तो कल भारत सरकार के जो नीति आयोग के वाइस चेयरमैन हैं सुमन बेरी साहब, वो आए थे और मिनिस्टर फॉर सिविल एविएशन मिस्टर नायडू भी आए थे और बहुत सारे लोग थे। कल हमने अपना विजन डॉक्यूमेंट रिलीज़ किया है, वो लोगों से सुझाव लेके बनाया गया है। उसमें मध्य प्रदेश का हम लोगों ने प्रोजेक्शन दिया है, अलग अलग सेक्टर में कितना होंगे, कैसे होंगे, जर्नी कैसी होगी, हमें क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा। ऐसे 315 एक्शन पॉइंट हम लोगों ने बनाया है। हम लोगों ने का मतलब राज्य नीति आयोग उसमें मेन उसके एक्टर थी बनाने में। हंड्रेड्स ऑफ आवर्स ऑफ डिफरेंट मिनिस्टर्स, ऑफिसर्स, CII, FICCI, organizations from एग्रीकल्चर, फ्रॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, रियल एस्टेट, सब तरह के लोगों से बात करके। तो इसी तरह से यूपी ने बनाया है, महाराष्ट्र ने बनाया है, कर्नाटक ने बनाया, आंध्रा ने बनाया। अगर हम यूरोपियन कंट्रीज से कंपेयर करें, MP और जर्मनी में क्या गैप है? हमारा एरिया लगभग बराबर है, पॉपुलेशन में हमसे वो 1 करोड़ कम है। ध्यान से समझिएगा, फ्रांस हमसे एरिया में थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, पॉपुलेशन थोड़ा सा कम है। न दीज वी 3 आर कंपेरेबल। हमारी उनकी इकोनॉमी में कितना गैप है? इतना समझ लीजिए कि स्पेस है, अप साइड है हमारे लिए ऊपर चढ़ने के लिए, कि हमारे एक एक स्टेट यूरोप के एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के बराबर इकोनॉमी क्रिएट कर सकते हैं अगर वो सही तरीके से, प्लान तरीके से जो भी हमारे माइलस्टोन हैं उनको हम अचीव करते जाएं। तो जो 3 सेक्टर हैं ब्रॉड जो इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ाया जाता है, प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी और टर्शियरी, इन तीनों में हम लोगों ने मध्य प्रदेश के लिए जो बनाया है, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप गूगल करिए या नीति आयोग की वेबसाइट पर जाइए, उस रिपोर्ट को पढ़िए। 250 पेज की वो रिपोर्ट है, उसको आप डाउनलोड करके अपने लैपटॉप में सेव कर लीजिए। प्लीज़ रीड द चैप्टर यू लाइक, ये भी नहीं पूरा किताब पढ़िए आप। और उसमें एक फॉरवर्ड में हमने लिखा भी है, एक ईमेल आईडी भी दिया है। इफ़ यू हैव ए गुड सजेशन प्लीज़ ईमेल टू दैट एड्रेस, ताकि हम उसको, इसका जो नेक्स्ट एडिशन हम 2 साल बाद निकालेंगे उसमें हम उसको फर्दर लेने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो प्राइमरी सेक्टर इसलिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि हम कितने भी टेक्नोलॉजिकली आगे बढ़ जाएंगे, वी नीड फूड। मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दूंगा क्योंकि लंबा हो जाएगा, मुझे भी कहीं जाना है। MP में गार्लिक और अनियन बहुत मात्रा में होता है, ठीक। जिस दिन वो खेत से निकलता है, और तीसरा हम कस्टर्ड एप्पल भी ले लेते हैं। आप लोग नेचुरल्स के आइसक्रीम बहुत खाते होंगे और बड़े उससे पार्टी वार्टी भी देते होंगे, तो थोड़ा महंगा भी होता है, अच्छा होता है वो। उसमें जो सीताफल यूज होता है, कस्टर्ड एप्पल, वो जब खेत से निकलता है 1 रुपये किलो निकलता है वो, और आपको जब सर्व होता है तो करीब 500 रुपये किलो सर्व होता है वो। ये होता है वैल्यू एडिशन। जो हरदा, होशंगाबाद, सीहोर, विदिशा के किसान बहुत अच्छा शरबती गेहूं बेचते हैं, वो गेहूं बहुत अच्छा भी बेचते हैं तो 25 रुपये किलो बेच देंगे, 28 रुपये किलो बेच देंगे। पर आप जो पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं उसका जो डो बनता है या पास्ता का जो उसका बनता है रॉ मटेरियल, तब वो 400-500 रुपये किलो बन जाता है, 600 रुपये किलो बन जाता है वही गेहूँ। ये है वैल्यू एडिशन। मैं बीच के बहुत सारे इंटरमीडिएट, जैसे कि आपके फेवरेट समोसा वगैरह को हटा दे रहा हूँ, मैं सीधे दूसरे एंड पे चला गया। लहसुन और प्याज इंदौर के मंडियों से, पूरे वेस्ट MP के मंडियों से नागालैंड, बर्मा तक जाता है, अरुणाचल प्रदेश जाता है, और कहाँ नहीं जाता है वो। पर नंबर्स याद रखिएगा, खेत से निकलता है 3 रुपये 4 रुपये किलो, 4 महीने के बाद उसकी कीमत हो जाती है 25, 30, 35, 40 रुपये किलो, और 8-9 महीने के बाद 100 रुपये किलो। सर ने बात की इनोवेशन और रिसर्च की, करिए रिसर्च। आपको कितने टॉपिक चाहिए? मैं आपको 1000 टॉपिक बता दूंगा रिसर्च करने के लिए। हम सब शॉर्टकट में लगे हुए हैं, पैसा बना लें, कुछ बढ़िया सैलरी हो जाए, उसमें भागे हैं। पर वो एक जनरेशन ने कर लिया, 1.5 जनरेशन अब तो हो गया वही करते हुए। हम लोग कॉलेज में थे तब भी यही सब बात होती थी, कौन सी नौकरी लगी, कौन सा पैकेज मिला, इसके आगे कोई बात ही नहीं होती थी। मतलब हम लोगों को ठीक से याद नहीं है कि हम क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं। मोहल्ले वालों ने कहा कि पढ़ने में अच्छे हो, मैथ्स पढ़ोगे, और भी काबिलियत है तो इंजीनियरिंग में अच्छा रैंक लाओगे। क्या मतलब था इसका, हमें नहीं पता। पर अब आपकी जनरेशन को ये फ्रीडम मिल रहा है कि आप चुन रहे हो कि हमको ये पढ़ना है, ये करना है। तो होपफुली आप में से ही कई लोग फिर इस तरह की चीज़ों को लीड करेंगे। तो ये जो जनरेशन है, जिसके हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी काफ़ी फ़ख्र करते रहते हैं कि ये जनरेशन जो है वो 21st सेंचुरी को इंडिया की सेंचुरी बनाएगी, तो आप ही लोग बनाओगे। ऐसे ही किसी भी क्षेत्र को उठा लो आप, सेकेंडरी सेक्टर में जो रियल स्टेट है, आपका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, फैक्ट्रियां हैं, मतलब हमारी अच्छी अच्छी फैक्ट्रियां जो हैं वो, अगर आप अच्छी फैक्ट्री जापान का या चाइना का देखेंगे तो हमारी फैक्ट्रियां ईंट के भट्टे जैसी दिखेंगी आपको। जो गांव में ईंट के भट्टे होते हैं ना, उस तरह से हमारी फैक्ट्रियां चल रही हैं। कितना चेंज आपको करने का स्कोप है, इनफाइनाइट स्कोप है आपके लिए काम करने का। आप सेक्टर बताइए, हम आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी बताना शुरू कर देंगे। अभी इतना स्कोप है। टर्शियरी सेक्टर में, सर्विस सेक्टर में, मतलब दूसरे कई कंट्री ने किया। टूरिज्म में, आपका जीसीसी में, अभी ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर में हम लोग बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इस फिनेंशियल ईयर में इंडिया का जीसीसी का टर्नओवर $100 बिलियन क्रॉस करने जा रहा है। ठीक है, तो जो गवर्नमेंट का जो फोकस अभी है, दिल्ली में भी और यहाँ भी और सभी जगहों पे है, मैं ब्रॉड इश्यूज़ की बात कर रहा हूँ। हो सकता है कि आपके मोहल्ले में कहीं नाले वाली चौक हो, वो छोटी मोटी समस्याएं रहेंगी अभी। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कैसे हो, लोग आसानी से काम कर सकें। ईज ऑफ लिविंग कैसे हो, कैसे आपका हर काम एज फार एज पॉसिबल ऑनलाइन हो जाए, बिना किसी हिचके हो जाए। छोटे मोटे जो आपको टैक्स जमा करना है, कुछ भी ट्रांजैक्ट करना है जो गवर्नमेंट से, उसमें इंटरफेस हो ही ना। तो ये सब आप लोगों के सोचने का दायरा है कि आप किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में रहें, किसी भी कैपेसिटी में रहें, आपको ये सोचना है और ये लार्जर पिक्चर रखना है हमारे सामने कि हम जो कर रहे हैं, एवरी डे दैट यू आर स्पेंडिंग इन योर वर्क प्लेस, हाउ आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू इंडिया बीइंग ए डेवलप्ड कंट्री बाय इम्प्रूविंग ईज ऑफ बिजनेस, ईज ऑफ लिविंग, ईज ऑफ कंडक्टिंग एनी एंटरप्राइज। ये जब अप्रोच आपका आएगा तो जाके इस तरह के जो हम वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं, डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं और डिग्री ले रहे हैं, ये सब मीनिंगफुल बनेगा। तो मैं इस उम्मीद से, इस विश्वास से कि जो डायरेक्टर साहब के लीडरशिप में यहाँ की फैकल्टी ये विज़न भी आपको रेगुलरली ट्रांसफ़र करे कि आप जहाँ भी जाएं, प्लीज़ कीप दिस लार्जर पिक्चर कि आपको कॉन्टिन्यूसली इनोवेट करना है और आगे बढ़ते हुए हम एज ए बेटर सोसाइटी कैसे बन सके। और आपने यूएस की बात की सर, मैं यूएस के जो बहुत सारे इल्स हैं उससे बचते हुए हम लोगों को आगे बढ़ना है। वहाँ का जो गन कल्चर है और जो बहुत सारे दूसरे बहुत सारी बुराइयाँ हैं, हमको उनको किनारे रखते हुए एज ए हेल्दी सोसाइटी, जंगलों को बचाते हुए, वाइल्ड लाइफ को बचाते हुए, ये सब करते हुए हमको एक डेवलप और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को ध्यान में रख के, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी को ध्यान में, ये सब सारे जो इश्यूज़ हैं, सब कंसर्न्स को रखते हुए वी हैव टू बिकम ए डेवलप्ड नेशन। आपने मुझे ध्यान से सुना, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. It was a very informative and eye-opening session. Now, moving ahead, it gives me immense pleasure to inform you all that today National Law Institute University, Bhopal, and Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Aayog is entering into a memorandum of understanding. This collaboration marks a significant step towards fostering research, policy innovation, and capacity building aimed at achieving the vision of Samriddha Madhya Pradesh at the rate 2047. Through this partnership, both institutions will work together to promote evidence-based policy making and strengthen governance framework. May I request our Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. S. Surya Prakash, sir, Professor Dr. Birpal Singh, sir, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, sir, to proceed with the signing of MOU. Thank you. Before we move to the vote of thanks, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge and express our heartfelt appreciation to our knowledge partner for this international conference, Erudite Legal, a Delhi-based law firm. Their invaluable support, guidance, and contribution has played a significant role in the success of this event and in fostering meaningful discussion on the synergies between law and economics. Erudite Legal has also sponsored an online essay writing competition on analysis of the international trade dynamics under new tariff policy of USA. May I now invite Mr. Kushal Kumar to kindly come forward and receive this token of appreciation. And may I request Professor Dr. Birpal Singh sir and Dr. Seema Srivastava ma'am to please acknowledge our knowledge partner. Sir, if you can please write. Thank you so much, sir. To express gratitude and formally conclude the session, may I invite Mr. Abhishek Negi, Coordinator, International Conference and Assistant Professor of Law, to propose the vote of thanks.
So just 1 minute. I would like to invite Dr. Manish Yadav, Dr. Pooja Kiawat, Ms. Saubhagya Bhattacharya, and Mr. Abhishek Negi, the coordinators of this whole program, who have facilitated this whole program. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate them to memento for their hard work. वहीं आएंगे वहीं आएंगे तुम जाओ आप करेगा तो समृद्धि महीने का किसका था और sir and CLE, please also come forward here. Samriddhi Mehmane, Athar Singh, and Sanya.
बच्चे ही बच्चे हैं
And Kamlesh Srivas. Kamlesh, are you here? Sir? Yes, sir.
नहीं है सर बाहर
And Mr. Rohit Sharma, the Deputy Lecturer of the University, will continue supporting us.
All right, please settle down. Hello, everyone. First of all, wishing you a very happening Sunday evening. Now I think we have come to the most important part of this session, that is vote of thanks. As we come to the conclusion of this enriching international conference on law and economics, jointly organized by Center for Law and Economics, the Center for Tribal Studies and Research, and Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Ayog, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a wonderful confluence of ideas under the theme Synergies of Law and Economics, Pathways to Viksit Bharat 2047. The discussions, paper presentations, and interactions have illuminated how the disciplines of law and economics can together guide India's journey toward inclusive and sustainable development. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our esteemed dignitaries. Our heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of inaugural session, Professor Dr. Devinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar National University, Sonipat, Haryana. Guest of honor, Thiago Almeida, Professor of International Economic Law and lawyer in Brazil. Professor Dr. Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Professor Dr. Avinash Dadich, Founding Director, School of Law, Dhirubhai Ambani, University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Professor Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja, Head, School of Economics, Devi Ahilya University, Indore. And for today's session, I express my humble gratitude to Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Additional Chief Secretary, General Administration Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, for gracing today's session as chief guest. We also extend our gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. M. Prasad Rao, former head, Department of Economics, Andhra University, Mr. Rishi Garg, CEO, MP Rajya Niti Ayog, Professor Dr. Raka Arya, Dean Student Welfare, Mr. S.B. Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank, Chennai, and Professor Dr. Stephen McCollum, Associate Professor, Dalhousie University, School of Public Administration and Faculty of Management, for their invaluable presence and insights. Also, we express our sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. S. Suryaprakash, also patron of the conference, for his inspiring leadership, vision, and unwavering support that made this event possible. A special thanks to Mr. Vivek Bakshi, Registrar and NLIU Bhopal, for his continued support. Our gratitude also goes to our co-patron, Professor Dr. Birpal Singh, Chairperson, Center for Tribal Studies and Research, for his encouragement and academic guidance. We are equally grateful to our valued partners, supporting partner Dilip Buildcon, knowledge partners Center for Law and Economics, Gujarat National University, Gandhinagar, and SEC Online, media partner Live Law, and all your collaboration and encouragement have greatly enriched and elevated this conference. A heartfelt appreciation to our dedicated faculty conveners and coordinators, Dr. Seema Srivastav, Dr. Padma Singh, Dr. Pooja Kiawat, and Ms. Subhagya Bhattkaria. And I would like to thank myself for their patience, cooperation, and guidance throughout this journey. We also extend our warm gratitude to Dr. Manish Yadav, Associate Professor, National Law Institute, University Bhopal, for his support and active involvement. Thank you, sir. And moderators, including who came on Sundays, for example, Dr. Astitva Bhargav, Dr. Mayank Tyagi, Dr. Ramdas Perumal, and Mr. Utkarsh Kumar Mishra. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank to the administrative and technical teams, Mr. Kamlesh Shrivas, Mr. Ankit Sharma, Mr. Sagar Sarkar, and Ms. Palak Mangal, for their efficient behind-the-scenes work, along with our caretakers, Mr. Sahendra Rai and Bhagwan Deen, for their invaluable assistance. Thanks a lot. A big thank you to our enthusiastic students, last and not the least, very important, the backbone of this conference, the organizing team, students, whose dedication, creativity, and teamwork made this event a success. Convener Samruddhi Memane, Atharv Singh, Muchkun, Devesh Dubey, Ananya Krishna Singh, Atharv, Anush Garg, Vrinda, Kartika, Prabhas, Chelsea, Sanya, Yash, Mitali, Muskan. Special appreciation to the coordination committee for the outstanding coordination and teamwork. We also acknowledge our fifth-year volunteers, Neha, Arushi, Kushagr, Disha, Muskan, Lavisha, Divya, for their cheerful support and reliability throughout the event. Finally, our deepest gratitude goes to all the distinguished speakers, academicians, researchers, and delegates for their invaluable contribution and thought-provoking discussions. To every participant and attendee, thank you for their enthusiasm, engagement, and the vibrant exchange of ideas that made this conference truly special. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and continue working toward a just, inclusive, and economically empowered Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you all once again. Wish you a pleasant evening and a safe journey ahead. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With that, we come to the close of the valedictory ceremony. Thank you, everyone, for being part of it. Thank you. I request everyone to please proceed for the high tea.